So let's see, we have Matt. Hi there, Scott.
Hello.
There we go.
Okay, we are now live on YouTube.
And I saw Matt for a minute, but I don't see him in this room. Did he get?
Yeah, that's weird. I did promote him and I don't see him now.
Maybe he's like, no, I do not need that promotion. No. Okay. Well, we'll just wait one more minute and then get started. Oh, there he is. Hi there, Matt. All right. Well, let me know when is good to start, Deb, on your end.
I just promoted Race, so I think we have everybody that was going to be here on time, and we're just gonna, I think Stacy and Chuck are the last ones.
Hi there, Ace.
Good morning, everybody.
Okay. So we'll get started then, recognizing that we might have Stacy and Chuck join us a little bit later. So to start, as we always do, please try to remain on camera unless we always know internet issues happen and things happen in our lives, so please stay on as much as you can. Please be ready to engage and participate throughout the process. We are going to be talking about recommendations today, so please be respectful, listen to others, be mindful of your airtime. We do have a lot of content to cover and not a lot of time to cover all of that. Oh, I just got your email, Erin. Yes, I think we got most of the folks in on the panel as of thus far. So I think we've got everybody in so far. Please raise your hand or interrupt as necessary. And then, of course, minimize distractions to the maximum extent possible so we can focus on the content of the day. I'm going to share the agenda with you. Let's see. Management. Yes, Ian.
Did you send the agenda out?
I did not. So I'm about to
send
share
that out so we can track off to the side.
Yeah, I can send that out shortly. I didn't send it out. We had some last minute changes because folks are showing up late today. Can you see my agenda? Okay.
Yes.
So I'll make sure to share that with you guys shortly. Just give me a little bit of time, or if Deb, if you could share the copy that I sent to you, that'd be great as well. So we'll start off with our typical open, any updates you have communication-wise, aside from just recommendations. I have a couple things that we'll talk about, and Deb has a couple other things that we'll talk about as well. We'll do a little bit of public comment, as we always do. We do have some folks who've signed up, so we'll allow them the opportunity to share their thoughts and insights along the way. So then we have our first batch of recommendations. So we have 4 here. I know that I tried to drop these 2 to the bottom today because Stacy's going to be a little bit late, and I know that she was in charge of this one in particular, the non-agricultural community owning large tracts of land. We may, depending on when she arrives, have to drop that a little bit lower into the time today so that she's here to discuss the comments and feedback she's gotten. I've received, these went to the sounding board several weeks ago. I've received new versions of each of these with the exception of C, the Develop an Education Campaign to Improve Hunter-Landowner Ethics and Relationships. So those are the ones that I will share with you, the versions that I have. Like last time, you should have all of these. These should have all been shared with you previously. So you should have a copy of them like we have for the past couple meetings as well. We'll take a break We might consider taking a break around 1 because I know that we are working through the lunch hour, so we might need to squeeze in an extra 5 or 10-minute break just in case folks need to grab something to eat or just need to take eyes off of the computer. This is a very long meeting today. But we will also take a break after we do these 4 recommendations in particular. Then we will pop down to do the next set of recommendations. These we sent to the sounding board on Friday, and then folks have hopefully received comments and feedback. I sent the version that we sent to the sounding board in the email. I have not received copies of these with the exception of the type 3 block management. Ian just sent it right before this email or before this meeting. So I will share those versions that I have as of currently. If you have documents that have been updated and can send them to me, then please do via email, and I will make sure to pull the latest version that I have. Any questions, comments, concerns for the agenda? Aaron shaking his head no. Okay. So I will stop sharing, trying to move quickly along to make sure we cover everything that we need to today. Okay. So are there any comms-based updates outside? Oh, and I did forget to mention this in my opening. Please don't watch the YouTube video at YouTube live stream and Zoom at the same time. Just thank you for that reminder. So don't do that. It causes a lag. Are there any updates communication-wise that y'all have outside of the recommendations that we'll be discussing? Okay. Hearing none at this point. So let's dive into a couple different things that I have to share with you. At this point in time, we're going to try to run through our 10 recommendations for the meeting. So we have a big agenda ahead of us. We'll try to run through those as quickly and as efficiently as possible. As I mentioned last time, we won't be making new recommendations at this point in time. Any new ideas can be converted into the statements, recognizing that they don't go through the formal review process of being sent to the sounding board and will be presented to FWP as items to consider. And we can review and have a discussion and vote on those statements in our next meeting. I believe it's the 26th. So that's where that space will hold that for that space. Questions, comments, concerns on that? Now I'm talking fast because I want to get to the heart of the meeting, but I do want to make sure to pause at least if there are any questions. Okay. And if there are, I'll pause at the end as well in case there are additional questions, comments, or concerns. The next thing that I want to talk to you a little bit about is the voting process and what we're going to do moving forward. So we are going to try to make things as consistent as possible throughout the process as we move forward. What this means is that as we get to each of the recommendations, I'm going to read a script to you so you know exactly what is happening, when it's happening, and where it's happening. So I'm going to read it to you now, and then y'all let me know if it makes sense or if it doesn't make sense or if we need to make any adjustments. So the first part is going to be, I'm going to say, are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation name to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group? And then we'll have to have at least one member say yes. And if one member says yes, then we will move forward to the voting process. When that happens, I will say this vote will determine if the recommendation, the name, should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no. I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation name. being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes. Or if you do not support the recommendation name being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Group, Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. And then I will read everyone's name. And then when you hear your name, you will say yes or no. Questions? Stephanie.
I actually would like to make a motion. I think that that's a great idea. I think it'll clean up the process. I watched the last hour that I missed, and I was very disappointed, and I felt like Ian's proposal was thrown out with the bathwater. I'm very disappointed that the vote was kind of not clear what they were voting on. But I would like to make a motion that we revisit, and I know we're late in the game, but I have had a lot of feedback from folks in Region 1 and 2 that were disappointed that proposal was thrown out. And so I would like to make a motion that we add that back into the agenda of ones that we look at, whether we have to send it out to the sounding board now and have them review it. And I'm sure Ian will be willing to do the work and take the comments. But I would like to make a motion that we revisit that one and formally vote on it. And if it gets thrown out, then it gets thrown out.
I would agree with Stephanie and second her motion.
Deb, you turned on camera, so I didn't know if you wanted to say something.
Nope.
So to be clear, the motion is that we would revisit the vote in order to determine if we send that recommendation to the sounding board. Scott, you just went off mute.
I said I would second Stephanie's motion. I think it's a good motion.
Sorry, not Scott Van Dyken, other Scott.
No, I just agree with Stephanie and Scott. That's all.
Okay. So would you guys like to take a vote? Stephanie?
No, Chuck is not on, but he expressed the same feeling that he would also be interested in pursuing and having this voted on.
Okay. Does anyone want to share any additional thoughts?
I guess my thought was, and I probably should have spoke up at the time, but Ian, we kind of rolled everything behind you without really looking at it and voted to kind of pass them on. And I thought a lot of that after we got off, thinking, then why didn't that apply to yours? So that's my thoughts on it.
Okay, Heath, and then Ian.
Yeah, I agree. I think it would have been pretty harmless to just let the sounding board at the very least weigh in on it and go from there. So I think, we probably should have just rolled that one in.
Ian?
Yeah, I guess I want to apologize to the group. I guess I raised my hand with that, and I didn't. I truthfully thought it was that we were saying yes to just an altered recommendations statement, not necessarily to shut it down at all or altogether. So I really appreciate if that does get another chance and just gets to go to the sounding board, and then follow-up conversations maybe take place after that. But yeah, if a formal vote takes place, I would be very appreciative of that.
Druska?
So I'm not trying to be a bad guy. The reason why I voted not to send it is because, as with all the other recommendations we have sent on, there has already been online discussion amongst ourselves about it. And so I didn't feel like we had had a discussion amongst ourselves about this particular recommendation. It's not that it doesn't have merit. It's not that it should die. But the point was, we didn't follow process and have the discussion ahead of creating a recommendation, ahead of sending it to the sounding board, ahead of all of that. And we're out of time. So that's why I voted not to send it on, because I didn't think we had vetted it well enough. And we have this meeting and the next meeting, and we have 10 recommendations that we got to, Yeah, a lot. Anyway, a lot. So it was a time issue for me, and the fact that for me, it felt like it kind of came out of the blue.
And I'm going to pause there. I see you, Ian. And I think recognizing that, well, Ian, go first. Ian, go first, and then I'll have a comment. Thank you, Drew.
I guess I again apologize. I thought I was clear in previous meetings that I thought that there was a connection between you know, lack of elk in some regions and some public lands in the state, you know, causing hunters to, you know, disperse and put pressure on other parts of the state. And that was finally the recommendation. I was never aware that the door was shut to bring forward new recommendations. I thought that got out. So I didn't think I necessarily broke protocol with this individual recommendation. I don't know why that one's being singled out when the other ones that got submitted at the same time, there was no problem with. So I guess that's my take.
So I think
Kimberly, if I can, so yeah, no, I think you're right, Ian. I think, you know, that last meeting was the last time to submit recommendations. I do want to mention again, like what Kimberly said and what Druska said, you know, we are on a tight timeline. It's up to you guys about sending it to the sounding board. I just want to make sure that you guys know that what you voted on, because I watched it 3 times now, Kimberly laid out the question for the vote. I thought very clearly that it wouldn't go to the sounding board, but instead would be developed as a statement for FWP to explore. And everybody on the call that day gave a thumbs up to that. So it wasn't dead. It would be included in that recommendation package going forward. And everybody gave the thumbs up to that. So I just want to be clear that you guys know it wasn't dead. Now, again, it's up to you guys to move it forward to the sounding board, knowing that there's not a whole lot of time left in this. And you guys would have to approve it, edit it, collect comments, edit and approve it again by the next meeting.
And there's thank you, Deb. There's one additional thing that I want you to think about as we move forward, right? We speak as a group, right? So as a group overall, and we developed a process up front to address questions, comments, concerns, and how we make decisions moving forward, right? And so I just want to make sure that we recognize the importance of the process in voting and recognize the importance of respecting votes when they do occur. There's a very real possibility that we may not like the outcome of a vote overall. And so I think that that's something to take into consideration. And if folks aren't comfortable sending things to the sounding board, I think that we also need to acknowledge that to some space. I'm not saying we cannot revisit this. If 9 members, we already have a motion and it's been seconded to revisit this, and we can. I do want you guys to consider that. And when we get to that point, I think that it should be done something today. So we're going to have to take time away from a recommendation that's on the table today. And we're going to have to look at the content in that recommendation in particular. I highly recommend that we can do the vote to finalize those 4. And on the break, read that recommendation, because I do not want to be in the same space that we were last time, where folks aren't comfortable with it or don't know what's in it, because we're going to be in the exact same spot that we were previously. So we'll be repeating things. So I highly recommend, if the vote does come out to supporting revisiting, that on your break, you read that recommendation, and it can be the first one that we discuss instead of reviewing the feedback from the sounding board and vote to finalize recommendation, that second set with 6 recommendations in it. Does that make sense? And then I have Ian and Stephanie. Oh, Deb, let's get Deb first.
Yeah, I'm just thinking, instead of hashing out if we should or shouldn't vote, maybe we just should go ahead. You guys should just go ahead and vote, so we're not spending any more time on this. That's okay. My suggestion.
That's Deb's suggestion. Move quickly and vote.
Yeah, just vote.
Okay, we have 2 on the table to vote. I have Ian and Stephanie. Are you guys comfortable if we just go to move to vote?
Well, I think we just wait till everybody's on the call. And I was just going to say, I think what you lined out in the beginning of the meeting is a perfect way to go about things. So there's not any confusion. So
I say we vote now because
So do
folks
I.
may drop off or something along those lines. So if we're going to vote, I say we do it now. And when those 2 additional individuals come in that space,
Absolutely.
we can go forward with it. I would also say if 4 members here say no, then it doesn't go forward. So then it doesn't even, we can still ask Chuck and Stacy when they get here, but if 4 members say no, then it still becomes a no.
yeah, because there was 4 members missing last time, and the
And that's a
recommendation was
possibility.
modified midstream, so.
To be clear, our decision charter does allow us to vote via email. So we do not need to have a quorum present. We just need to.
Yeah, I would say just, let's pay attention to process. Let's go ahead and vote. So we're not taking the time, any more time here. We will ask the others to vote, but what Kimberly was saying, if 4 members here say no, then those other 2 votes don't matter.
Yep.
That's
does not mean they don't matter. She means the decision will not
You know what I
change.
mean? They don't, it doesn't change the outcome, put it that way.
They still matter. Okay.
So go, yeah, I would suggest let's go so we can move on and really spend the time in the meat of things.
And it's just a recommendation to send it to the sounding board, correct?
No, Ian, it is not a recommendation to send it to the sounding board. It is a vote right now to open up to determine if we are willing to evaluate sending it to the sounding board again. So we are just opening it up to the discussion of sending it to the sounding board. It is not
I
a
don't think
direct.
that was Stephanie's motion.
Was that not your motion?
No.
No, my
The motion
motion was
is
we vote to send it to the sounding board.
And that's what Scott seconded.
So I'm going to revise that to some extent, because what I'm scared about is if we end up voting on a recommendation. So in the future, if we end up voting on a recommendation and then we have folks not happy with the outcome, then we just vote on it again and again and again and again. So I would highly recommend doing 2 votes just so that we can ensure that that process does not happen. That would be my recommendation.
Only if a motion is made.
Yeah, I would say, I mean, it's up to the group to make a motion, in my opinion. And if that's their motion, that's their motion. That's my opinion. I get where you're coming from, Kimberly, and it does open a can of worms completely 100%. And it's something I would not recommend, but it's the group's decision to make the motion they want.
So then from that, what I would say is the very first thing that we do is look at the recommendation before we vote. And so instead of what I was saying, instead of waiting for those 4, it would be right now we pull up that recommendation and look at it so we can vote to determine to send it to the sounding board. Because you'll need to see it beforehand.
Again, I just think if the group knows what they want to do, they know what they want to do. I mean, they've had time to review it. We can't make them read it if they choose not to. I just think if everybody's comfortable in voting, and it sounds like people are, then we just let them vote.
So we're just voting to send it to the sounding board. And this isn't.
The no votes could be for whatever reason they want it to be. And it might be because they haven't read it and they're not comfortable, but the motion on the table is to sending it to the sounding board. And I think that's what we have to.
Let's get Stephanie and Matt.
I just have Chuck's vote by proxy. So when that comes around.
We didn't agree to proxies, so he has to vote on his own via email.
So once it goes to the sounding board, then will we have an opportunity to discuss it then after that to make changes?
Yes, absolutely.
We can make any adjustments that we want after the sounding board.
And you could decide not to send it to the director's office as a recommendation.
Okay, so I mean, like in the name of time, and we could spend a whole meeting discussing this. I mean, or we could send it on the board and then make some modifications in the next meeting would be mine.
Well, Kimberly and I, being process people, probably don't agree with this part of the process. It is your group, and I think we need to honor the motion on the table. And so, that's up to you guys. So I think we just need to vote on the motion on the table.
Okay. Are we ready to vote then? Stephanie? Oh, okay. Okay. So, I'm going to skip the first portion. Let me pull up. This vote will determine if the recommendation manage elk where they are not should be submitted to FWP, or excuse me, should be submitted to the sounding board on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by a verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members of this for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for the vote will be considered a no. I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called—
Sounding board, not FWP.
Excuse me. Thank you, Claire, for the clarification, Deb. Yes, for the sounding board. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation, manage elk where they are not, being submitted to the sounding board on behalf of Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation, manage elk where they are not, being submitted to the sounding board on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, please say no. Let me pull. Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck. I'm aware he's not here. Druska.
No.
Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Race.
Yeah.
Scott T.
Yes.
Scott V.
Yes.
Stacy. I'm aware she's not here. Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay.
That's not.
So I have 2 folks who are not in attendance, 1 vote no, so it will go to the sounding board. Okay. Okay, so next steps are in our last meeting. We are going to have a voting record that you will see and approve. I will send it out to you in advance to make sure that you have access to it. And in our last meeting, we are going to proofread any of the recommendations that have come about. This will not be a time to change the intent or to revote. It would be to confirm the text is an accurate reflection of what you voted on in particular. So we will also, in our decision charter, you guys mentioned ranking recommendations, so we can also do that in that space and time if it is still applicable to do so. Questions, comments? Okay. And Deb, I'll turn it over to you for any updates.
Yeah, I guess I'll have a major update right before we take the public comment. But I just, want to thank you guys and honor what you guys are deciding. This is your work group. But Scott Van Dyken did point something out that I want to stress that was in the charter. Again, if you guys disagree with something as an individual, it's something that you still decided to champion and own as a group. So I just wanted to remind you of that. That was a good reminder from Scott. He voted against sending one of the proposals forward. He was the only one, and he's still going to be a champion if that, ends up going forward. So I just wanted to remind you guys of that, that you guys are operating as a group. The other thing is that I know there's going to be a lot of public comment. We received 64 people registering for public comment today. Looks like only 8 are here, and that's to be expected. But several people signed up for public comment, and I'm guessing most of it's going to be on pick your weapon, pick your area. And I'll just have something to say about that right before they jump on. The direction from the director's office is not to stifle any comments, but recommend that they hold their comments on recommendations already going to the director's office, and reserve them for FWP when we explore this recommendation. But we're still going to allow people to talk if they still choose to. And that's pretty much all I have right now.
Thanks, Deb. Okay, so last thought, or does anybody have any comments, questions for Deb? So last thought, question, comment for you guys is one thing that we were thinking about is time it takes for each recommendation and making sure that it's equally spent among the recommendations. The thought was, because we have 10 recommendations to get through today, spending about 30 minutes on each of those recommendations. Once we hit the 30-minute mark, then either we say make changes externally and vote on it next time, or we call a vote at that point in time. What do y'all think of that? Ian.
I like that idea. I guess I'd throw out there, I think at this point, I would hope that the department would recognize that we are in some time restraints, and while words matter and wordsmithing can be really, really important, I think is my personal opinion, as long as the intent of proposals come across to the people that came up with them and whatnot, I think if they're most of the way there and not 100% polished, but the intent comes across, I think that's probably most important given the time constraints. That's just my 2 cents. So yeah, cutting it off and leaving things not perfect, but pretty much there. I'm okay with that.
Other folks? So I need an informal yes on this. I'm not going to do the official vote, but I do need a thumbs up if we are in support of doing 30 minutes per each recommendation and then moving to the next. Scott Van Dyken one more time. Okay, race Matt one more time. Okay, so we'll do 30 minutes per each. Okay. And then I will turn it over to you, Deb, for public comment.
Sure. So it looks like so far we have now 10 people on. Jasmine will be managing this. I just want to go over a few things, particularly for the commenters. There's one of you that only has their first name listed, so make sure you state your last name when you're speaking, where you're from, and if you're representing somebody other than yourself, like an organization or agency. And particularly, I'm going to repeat what I just said. So there have been 4 proposals that this group has voted to move to the director's office already. So that decision has been made. Those proposals the titles of them are establish localized elk working groups, use of shoulder seasons, promote focused damage hunts, and choose your weapon and area. So if you are commenting, if anybody is commenting on any of those, please be aware the decision has been made to go to the director's office already. Those are moving forward. I would recommend, if you are going to comment on any of those, to reserve your comments for when FWP starts exploring these recommendations and we are seeking additional public comment. I'd like to remind everyone that specifically in the pick your weapon and area recommendation, that this work group has recommended to vet this recommendation thoroughly with the public before implementing any or all of it. So there will be future opportunities to comment. Now, that being said, you all will be limited to 2 minutes apiece, just like we do for our commission meetings. If you are not done when the 2-minute time is up, Jasmine will ask you to wrap it up and then she will move on to somebody else. Jasmine, I'm turning this over to you.
the first individual we have on our list registered is going to be David Caraway. David, if you want to go ahead and unmute yourself. David, can you unmute yourself? It's
Yes, I can hear you.
perfect. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
I don't have any comments. I'm just observing.
Okay, perfect. We'll move on to the next individual then. The next person on our list is going to be Joshua Alexad. Joshua, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes.
Perfect. Hello, everybody. Just wanted to take a quick moment. I know Deb came out and just spoke about we shouldn't talk about proposals that you guys have already moved forward to the commissioner, but I wanted to touch base on this. And since I took time out of my day to make sure this happened, I'm going to go ahead and talk on it anyways. On the weaponry choosing issue, making us choose our weapons. Montana resident, I've enjoyed and lived and hunted in the outdoors my whole life. In fact, my passion for the great state pushed me to serve my country. I've seen recent articles indicating the push to force hunters to choose their type of weaponry in season that they want to pursue elk in. While this is a good idea, I feel like the intention behind it is negative. I also feel like the impact is similar to that of what we don't want to see in Montana. Montana is renowned for its towering peaks, beautiful game, and best hunting opportunities in the West. This would reduce hunter opportunity across the state and result in less elk being taken, furthering the issue of over-objective elk units. I personally hunt from September onto November. I take most of my harvest in November. I hunt for meat. I don't hunt for horns. That being said, when asked to choose between my archery equipment and my rifle equipment, I would be forced to choose my rifle equipment because it's dependent on my kids to eat. So with that, I would have to go ahead and hang out my archery equipment, meaning in that the areas of Phillipsburg, Lewistown, and wherever else I take my archery equipment to wouldn't be hunted. Now you may say you can go pursue deer, but I don't pursue deer with a bow. I pursue elk with a bow. I guess I'll go to Colorado and put my money there. I'm sorry if this comes upon if it comes upon as stressful or unprofessional in any way, but it does upset me that the group went ahead and pushed this to the director. I look forward to commenting at the Fish, Life, and Parks meeting in July 31st, and I hope that you guys come up with more great ways to save our state and save our elk population. Thank you.
Thank you, Joshua. The next individual we have ready for comments is going to be Josiah Reese. Josiah, can you unmute yourself?
Yes. Hey, thank you all for all the diligence and time you've put forward. I don't have any comments at this time, but I just wanted to appreciate everything you're doing. So good work.
Thank you, Josiah. The next individual we have listed is going to be Dylan Lewis. Oh, it looks like Dylan has left. So next on the list is going to be Dylan Kemp. Dylan, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, hello. First of all, just thank you everyone for your work on this. It's sincerely appreciated. And while I don't have any comments at the time, I would just echo the comments already made by Josh about the pick your season, pick your weapon. Thank you.
Thank you, Dylan. The next individual on our list is going to be Tony Burleson. Tony, can you unmute yourself? I believe it's *6 to unmute. If you're on a phone, it's *9. Tony, can you unmute yourself? Okay, we will come back to Tony here in just a moment. Next on our list is going to be Larry Rattray. Larry, can you unmute yourself?
Okay, I think I got it. Mostly I came to listen, but I did have a couple comments. One thing is that I don't believe that your choose your weapon thing will help reduce any number of hunters during the rifle season. Dedicated archers will just go out and hunt elk during the archery season during the rut, and then they'll move to rifle for deer season. So we'll still end up with the same number of hunters. Other than that, giving landowners special permits in exchange for allowing 3 people to come on their property and hunt is not going to displace any hunters or displace any elk off of their land onto public land where people would have access to it. It's not sufficient numbers of people in there. It's just not a really good idea, and it just incentivizes people to buy large tracts of land so that they can get these special permits. Thank you.
The next individual on our list is going to be Jeff Dara. Jeff, can you unmute yourself?
Yes, good morning. I think it's still morning. I won't talk about choose your weapon, but I will say I've had a lot of comment on that, and none of it was in favor of choose your weapon. Today, you're going to vote to finalize recommendations. 2 of the recommendations that you're going to vote on today, one is enforce stricter penalties for trespass violations. I don't know if you've got a chance to look at Montana Code 876415. That has to do with hunting without landowner permission. Your first offense can be $500. Your second offense can be up to $1,000, and you can lose your hunting privileges for up to 3 years. I think as a retired game warden, I wrote a lot of these citations. It isn't the strict law that's the problem. It's the continuity across the state with the JPs and enforcing that law. You get everything from 0 to nothing. So anyway, take that in mind. The other thing is today you're going to talk about develop an education campaign to improve hunter and landowner ethics and relationships. I support that effort. I've taught the Master Hunter program for 3 years and the Next Level camp down here in Ravalli County for 2 years. I think it's a great idea. The only problem I have with it is if you're going to tie that to the type 3 block management area and make that an education reward, not everybody can take those classes. They just can't. And I'm afraid if you get into this type 3 access program, every landowner is going to want to go to it. So you may lose a lot of type 1s and type 2s. The last thing I'd like to talk about is I've talked to Chuck about this. He proposes an annual agency meeting between 2 ag type groups and 2 sportsman type groups. And he actually named the groups. And I talked to Chuck about that. Again, I'm the executive director of Montana Sportsmen for Fish and Wildlife and would like a seat at the table at that meeting. Thank you for the opportunity and thank you for what you're doing.
Thank you, Jeff. The last individual we have here is going to be Jim. I'm not sure what your last name is, but can you please unmute yourself? Any *6, I believe, or *9 if you're on a phone. Jim, are you able to unmute yourself? Okay, we'll go back to Tony and see if you are able to unmute yourself now. Tony Burleson.
Hello?
Perfect. You have 2 minutes. Go ahead.
Okay, I'd like to speak on the choose your weapon season proposal. I'll make this quick. I'm fully not in favor of that proposal. I originally came from the state of Washington, who had that exact season setting. And it was probably one of the worst things, in my opinion, and a lot of other opinions, that the state could have done, just from the standpoint of, archery hunters only caring about archery season, rifle hunters only caring about rifle season, and, and their, whatever regulations come down the pipe from people outside of this, this commission in the future, it just doesn't have the support anymore to push back on things, right? So, you're losing opportunity down the line, and things of that nature by having these seasons that are split and cut and diced up. So yeah, that's one of the biggest things that I saw from a season setting like this. And then secondary, it's whittling away at time in the field for each one of those seasons, right? So instead of having these big general seasons, now you've got a bunch of split up seasons, and now you can start reducing each one, in time in the field. So I am not for this proposal. And yeah, thanks for letting me talk.
Thank you, Tony. And we'll go back to Jim. Jim, can you go ahead and unmute yourself? Looks like you have your hand raised.
Okay, can you hear me now?
Yes, go ahead. You have 2 minutes.
Okay, this is Jim Williams. I'm from the center of the universe, Butte, Montana. First off, I'd like to tell the members of this committee, if you haven't learned it before, you know now, no good deed goes unpunished. A lot of time and effort for a lot of criticism, so I appreciate your efforts. The issue, I think, for me, we all have our viewpoints, but the thing that concerns me the most, I think, is the number of hunters in Montana may be increasing because of population growth to some degree, but as more and more people come to Montana, fewer and fewer of those people hunt. And my overriding concern in the long term is to develop recommendations and management practices and that will incent people to hunt, because even today, hunters are in minority in the state population. And as more and more people move in, less and less of those people are inclined to hunt. And so we have a lot of a lot of recommendations that are designed to enhance relationships between landowners and hunters and elk management objectives and all of that. My question is, or the concern is, how do we create an environment for new hunters to basically expand opportunities and give those kinds of people, essentially recruit new people to the outdoors? So thank you for your time and your effort. I appreciate it. That's it.
Thank you, Jim. I believe that is it for public comment.
Thank you, Jasmine. Do any of our work group members have questions, particularly not on the choose your weapon or choose your area, since that's been decided on going forward, but anything else for any of the attendees? And then I would also ask, the tit for tat isn't really beneficial. So if you have a question that will help you guys formulate your recommendations, please feel free to ask an attendee. Stephanie?
I just wanted to say thank you for everyone who got on and commented. You guys represent the sportsmen and hunting group like myself. And I appreciate you guys being polite and being good examples. It's a really good thing that publicly people see hunters in this light. You guys were all very professional. I know this is a passionate issue, and I just can't say thank you enough. We obviously had some bad comments via email and stuff, and it was disappointing to see that behavior. And it's a bad one. So I want to just say thank you to everyone who called in today.
Anyone else? Okay. All right. Well, thank you so much, Jasmine, for your help.
You're welcome.
Druska?
I just wanted to thank Stephanie for saying that. It goes a long ways to help people understand that their voice matters and good behavior counts. So thanks for bringing that up. I appreciate it.
Anything else before we get started? All right. Okay. So we are going to start jumping into the recommendations. Deb, would you mind letting us know? I might run over for the 30 minutes, but can you also remind me if I get to that point and somehow miss that in any shape, way, or form?
I will time you. I
Yes.
think so I do have to ask the group one thing. I'm sorry. So there was a gentleman that called Jasmine this morning about commenting, and he just joined us just now. And I was just wondering if you guys would be willing to let him speak.
Take it.
Yep.
Okay, go for it, Jasmine.
Perfect, thank you. So it's going to be Kevin and Phil. Kevin, if you can go ahead and unmute yourself. You have 2 minutes, sir.
I was just wondering about I heard about the changing the bow seasons to bow only or pick your weapon type season, and had just some concerns about that and kind of decisions on that.
Kevin, was that a question for the group?
Yes.
Or?
Yeah. I was just curious, like, how does that work? Like, does comments help with that? Or like, I personally don't think it's a good idea to pick your weapon type of situation. And I understand you're doing it because of like crowded hunting areas supposedly, but I've been a guide for 20 years and we don't have that issue, in certain places.
So Kevin, just so you know, this group has voted to forward this recommendation to the director's office. They did that at their last meeting. So what we're asking, and in part of the recommendation was to ensure that the director's office vets this thoroughly with the public, and that means gathering additional public comment on this. So once the director's office and FWP decides to start exploring this recommendation, we will be seeking additional public comment on that.
Okay, so there's no point in commenting on this session then. I guess just wait for later then.
Yeah, they already put it forward to the director's office, so we will be seeking additional public comment, and we will be posting these recommendations online as well once we start collecting comment on them.
Okay, is there a reason you could tell me why it got recommended at least, so I can tell all the people that I know that couldn't get on this Zoom call the reason why?
So I would ask whoever was in charge of that recommendation perhaps to go ahead and quickly formulate a response. We have a lot of recommendations to get through, Kevin, and I appreciate
understand.
You. So whoever was in charge of that recommendation, can somebody?
Heath and Chuck. Heath and Chuck were.
That was Chuck. Okay. And Heath, that's right.
And Heath. Yeah.
Go for it, Heath.
And Chuck's not on, I'll let him take it. So that was formed basically to address the issue of hunter pressure. We've heard, and one of our goals is to address pressure on public lands. And, it was just an idea to put out there to potentially address pressure in the overcrowding of public lands. And it wasn't like we just jumped the proposal in 25 minutes. It was discussed, I think, over 3 or 4 meetings with different comment. Public comment was available at every meeting. And we did adjust the proposal based on what we heard from the sounding board. But yeah, the overall idea of it is to hopefully reduce pressure on public land. And then in that October season to potentially, hopefully get some cow elk harvest for, in between the regular seasons on private land. Yeah.
Okay.
Any other questions, Kevin? I mean, I'll answer.
No, I guess not. Thank you.
Thanks.
Yep.
All right. Thank you, everybody, for allowing that. Thanks, Jasmine.
Thank you, Deb. Okay, so we will jump to the recommendation portion. Ian, you have your hand up.
Just real quick, I thought I'd throw out there that, speaking for myself, but I'm sure there's a lot of other people. If there is confusion on this, I think our emails are available online. People should have abilities to contact us. We can, I'd be more than happy to go through some of the backstory on how we got there with any of the concerned folks. I don't, we didn't come about this to come out as like an anti-hunting thing, whatever. We we came about this, and my personal take is, to start a conversation of, as the landscape changes in Montana, what are our paths forward? And I think we've done a good job at starting a conversation. So anyways, and go back and look at some of anybody that's interested, go back and look at some of the discussions. We've got lots and lots of hours of meeting. All those videos are available online, so you can kind of see the back and forth to kind of, get a little bit of the heart behind things, so you're not just taking one article out of context and forming your opinions off a third-party article. So anyways, that's just a quick comment on that. So thanks.
Okay. Anything else before we jump into recommendations?
So Kimberly, I will let you know when there's 5 minutes left in the recommendation. I'll start timing and let you know.
I have my timer on too, so if you hear a large ring, that's what it is, but that will also keep us honest if I did the time wrong, something along those lines. So here's the first recommendation that we have. I left it in the same format that was provided, so I didn't tweak, change, or adjust, except for I added the content for the title, and just making sure that we address the key issues. So it should be the same. I know it looks a little bit different, but I wanted to keep it as true as I possibly could to how it was sent. And I know that I didn't tweak it into our typical format. So this one is the understand and mitigate the disease of brucellosis in elk. We probably need to just highlight at least one of the key issues, but I will turn it over to, I believe, Druska, if you want to walk us through a little bit of the intent, the justification, the description, and any tweaks, changes, or adjustments from the sounding board overall. I know you got one comment, I believe, from Brent, if I'm not mistaken.
So, of course, in the key issue portion, it recognizes or acknowledges, mitigates, whichever one of those words we're going to use. And I think if there's better understanding out there, it also improves stakeholder relationships because the hunters will be more informed and the landowners will feel like they are getting assistance with diseased wildlife. So the intent is just to recognize that there are huge impacts on livestock producers, which then, spills over into elk management because, you don't want commingling elk, and it just gets difficult and there's a lot of tensions. So critical abortive time period is very important. Also keeping in mind that there's already an elk group in the state that works on brucellosis in elk, and they've created a work plan over the years that is used in the designated surveillance area of tools that you can use. So when I refer to the work plan and tools, that's where it came from. And we just need to be able to continually improve those tools. We met last week, and one of the things that came out of that was a recommendation to, look at more technological advances when you're talking about separating cattle and elk, so drones potentially. So the conversation's ongoing. This helps it keep going because, of course, the original elk management plan only had a paragraph, and elk are in a much different place now. The comments from Brent were very helpful because he wanted, in the justification portion, he just wanted a little bit more detail put in there about what the effects are of brucellosis and how it does impact landowners or livestock producers. I also had one talking about vaccinations, and it's critical to remember that Brucella abortus is on the select agent list, and so doing any research with Brucella is next to impossible. And also that in the lower 48, the only place where there is brucellosis now is in the GYE. And if you're going to pour a bunch of money into R&D to develop something such as a better vaccine, you're going to need a bigger place to use it than just the GYE to make your costs play out. So that's another issue that people probably don't understand. And the DSA was originally developed to basically protect the rest of the cattle industry in the state. And as Brent pointed out, it's very serious economically to the ag industry if we lose our status, which happens if you have two cases of Brucella abortus transmission. So we put that in a little bit. In order to maintain our trading partners, we have to prove to all the other state vets that we take all of this very seriously and mitigation efforts are always present, and we're diligent about watching for disease. So distribution factors in the justification portion, we've talked about all of those as we've gone through all of our recommendations, and it's predator increase, climate changes, pouring range conditions, lots and lots of factors. Land use changes are big. Working ag lands are diminishing and other types of land are coming into play. And so these factors have all caused elk to seek safety and nutrition on ag lands, which brings them lower down into the valleys and increases commingling. So that becomes a very difficult situation for ag producers and for hunters, actually. Let's see. And I thought hard about bringing in the whole bison issue, but I think that if you're going to look at diseased wildlife in the GYE, you have to acknowledge that bison are an issue also. So you can look at it as that bison, because they're contained by the Interagency Bison Management Plan, temporally and spatially, they are the reservoir of the disease. And so they're 60% seropositive at this point. And one of the latest EIS papers to come out of the park actually suggests increasing that population to 8,000 or 10,000. And so I want to make sure that this recommendation covers the fact that an increase in bison numbers can also have a very detrimental effect on elk due to the disease transmission possibilities. So all of the genotypics work that they do, elk and bison transferred Brucella back and forth, and then elk and cattle transfer it back and forth. And the end result is that because bison are contained, we don't have a transmission in the wild. But if they don't maintain that separation, then we're going to have a problem. And because FWP sits on the Interagency Bison Management Committee, they, along with the Department of Livestock, they have a tremendous impact on what that committee decides to do. And so I think the expectation from this recommendation is that they continue to create those spatial and temporal separations as they have done in the past. Yep, I think involvement's pretty straightforward. It's an ongoing recommendation. Parts of it are already in play. And the FWP has the authority to do all of that. And unintended consequences, I stated in the recommendation, could be pushback on the bison portion of what I put in there. But I stayed away from saying numbers and what you should do about diseased bison, et cetera, and stick to spatial and temporal separation. So I don't think I'm putting anything in there that is that controversial where bison are concerned.
So looking at the description of the actions here, this would be an area that we would focus in on for our recommendations as well. And I'll just scroll down a little bit so we can also see the people, the timeline, the authority to take action, limitations, and a feasibility of implementation, just so that you guys can see that.
And I know in general, we have talked multiple times in many of the recommendations about the Master Hunter program. And I think it's going to take programs like that to increase the knowledge of the hunting community on what Brucella is, how it would affect livestock producers, what it does to elk, what it does to cattle. So I think that that FWP, at the very least, out of all of these recommendations, should understand that we all like the Master Hunter program, and we think it's a workable solution to many issues that we are dealing with. And then again, to talk about the IBMP.
Thoughts, questions? Looking at the text, are there any tweaks, changes, adjustments we need to make, or something that you need to review? And hi, Chuck. We are working on the recommendation, understand and mitigate the disease of brucellosis in elk at this point in time. So just scrolling through the content there. Ian and then Scott. Scott T, not Scott V. Scott T.
Yeah, I was just kind of curious, I guess, so that, I guess, a successful recommendation out of it basically is to increase understanding and develop possible future tools. That's what I guess I'm just wondering, like, I think that's all good, but I'm just wondering if, I guess I'm not being an expert with it. I'm a little bit confused on exactly what those new tools would be, or is that something that is that an oversight, or is that something that just needs to be kind of a fluid thing as we go forward to actually, you know, that's a future step to define what the tools would be, or should we be defining tools in this at this time?
I think tool defining falls under the other elk working group that deals with brucellosis. And so, you know, the statement about local tools. So local working groups having to do with elk can influence what that group does, what recommendations or changes that group would make to the work plan that FWP approves every year for the DSA. I don't think it's this group's responsibility to identify tools. I think it's highlighting for elk management purposes that there are tools available in the work plan. They need to be continually revisited and improved upon. And so tool-wise, that's the answer to that question. And I guess I would fall back on the fact that the 2005 elk management plan virtually had, you know, 2 paragraphs, a half a page on disease management. And it's a much bigger deal than it ever used to be. So this again is just saying your elk management plan needs to have components that deal with disease mitigation. And in our key issues, it was one of the main things that one of the main categories that we chose.
Does that help you?
No, that gives me some direction. Do you, those tools in the future, I guess there's no talk about like financial implications. Would there be an expectation that this would be funded through hunter license fees, or would there be some sort of reciprocal from stock growers where they would kind of put their shoulder to the plow alongside hunters to try to share in some burden? Or
so the example I would give you is that so hazing is one of the tools that's allowed in the work plan. And it's hard to find really, really good hazers. And FWP pays the hazer. So, but they don't pay them very much. And the workload is up and down. If you have a big problem with elk at this time, you really need a hazer. If the elk moved on to somebody else and you don't have the issue, you don't need the hazer. So his work is really sporadic. And in the course of this spring, or early winter, our biologist mentioned the word stipend. And so then that's shot us off another path. And through some other partnerships that in particular Paradise Valley has with other groups, Mitch King with Montana Legacy Foundation came forward and said they would like to help in Paradise Valley with something. and they agreed to do the stipend for the hazer. So money-wise, FWP is still high, it's a higher for them and all of whatever that includes. But in order to maintain and make it worth a hazer's worthwhile, the stipend was contributed by Montana Legacy. And we ended up with 2 hazers right away. So it was a win-win over here in our portion of the DSA. The tools have in the past reflected possible help from FWP with fencing, et cetera. That was not well received in the hunting community. And so they don't want sportsmen's dollars spent in a fencing project on private land for elk mitigation. And that was clear. So that topic was everybody backed away from.
Thanks, Druska. I'm keeping an eye on time, so I'm gonna get Scott T here, and I'm also gonna say, let's start looking at the description in the writing here about what's listed as the actions of this recommendation. So let's circle back to those actions to make sure that not only we have these conversations, but we're really changing, adjusting, tweaking, whatever needs to happen in this recommendation, and it's an accurate reflection. So Scott.
I just was going to say it looked good. I think Druska did a good job on it. I don't think it needs a whole lot.
Thanks. So I would say in the description part, one of the drawbacks, and you need a really effective biologist or liaison from FWP. If you're going to haze over an area, then there's other private property that you have to go through. And it becomes critical that FWP help establish the partnerships with those other land groups. And it may be an out-of-state owner who's only here 2 weeks out of the year. It may be, just a private 20-acre piece, but you have to have all of those people sign off on hazing. And so if you're going to use it diligently, which is what our group does in our particular drainage, because we push them back to the WMA, which is, it's the Dome Mountain Game Management Area. But there's other lands to get through. And so when it refers to FWP acting as a liaison between livestock producers and other area landowners, that's the purpose of that statement, is to make sure that those communication avenues are explored and productive.
Just holding the space. If there are any tweaks, changes, adjustments, do I need to scroll somewhere? Do I need to add that limitation about the biologist, Druska, or is it just?
No, I think it's because, they may choose to create some other different position or the liaison position that, we've talked about in some of these education recommendations. So it doesn't have to be the biologist, but somebody from FWP is going to have to take that role.
Anything else on the description? Otherwise, I'm going to scroll up to the title. Okay, Ian?
I guess that, well, maybe I'm jumping the gun, but maybe the people organization, should stock growers be added to that? Because again, it kind of looks like this is being asked to be put totally on the shoulders of hunters. I'm just wondering.
So why do you think hunters?
Isn't that who, like, all the development of the tools, wouldn't that be funded through CAG or license fees? And that's my understanding that
maybe that's a question Deb could answer. I just know that FWP hires the hazer. I didn't ask them where they got their money. But
Yeah,
I will say nobody
is general
sued them.
license fees. Yep.
Okay. And and I'm, if you're looking at this being more inclusive in a statewide management plan, everybody needs to understand that it's not local, it's regional as well as state. And, large groups of landowners being affected by what is written there.
Thanks. Race?
Yeah, maybe I can clarify, and I have a kind of a question for you, Druska, as well, just to clarify on that is, first of all, a big component of what DSA producers have to do and spend is just through the testing of our livestock, because we happen to have, diseased elk in proximity. And, when I think of this issue, one of the areas that, that's going to always be there that costs a lot of money and affects all of us as Montana residents is this testing of these animals. And of course, a lot of that's funded through general fund and other areas. So not out of FWP's budget, but there's a lot of things like the lab that we've talked about, trying to get, a better lab in our state. And so, I think as I look at what Druska's done here, and I think it's great, we're just trying, I think the spirit of this is to recognize that these tools that have been, recommended and used in the past are important. And we may need even more tools, right? Technologies could change. Vaccines could, there could be a new method of, vaccinating these elk that come around, or even the bison. And I think we've kind of at a point where I feel like, I'm not criticizing FWP by this, but I think they've come to the point where it's not affecting population, right? And so it's kind of just a back burner issue. And I just think, as a group, we got to realize that if we're charged with improving relations with landowners, this has got to be one of those issues that we can't allow just to kind of fade away and not become important to FWP. So I guess that's kind of my question, Druska. Would you agree with that we just need to keep on keeping on and developing? And so I don't know, Ian, that we're asking for anybody to change how they're funding and a lot of things, but I think there's some things coming up, the lab being one of them, that all of the, how do you want to say that, affected groups might have to pony up some money at some point.
And to be clear, and thank you, Race, we're not asking for money in this recommendation at all. We're just saying, continue to recognize the issue, continue to look at the ways you manage it, and then also look for new ways to manage, and be a partner with livestock producers.
Yeah, and Ian, one other thing I think I would, talking about the funding of this deal is, I think we've heard loud and clear, like through the comments, that, excuse me, that the public owns, sorry, just a second here, that the public owns the wildlife. And I think with that ownership comes some responsibility. And with that responsibility, there's a lot of financial things. And just having responsibility when they want them is one thing, but it's year round that the landowners are burdening, they're taking on the burden of all this, of all the finances. And so I don't think it's too much to ask for the public wildlife, for the funding to come through the FWP.
And so I would just throw in what Race was talking about. So all of the testing requirements, additional requirements that livestock producers have in the DSA, above and beyond any other cattle producer in the state, we're really fortunate right now because it is paid for by general fund dollars and whatever, which escapes me right now, whatever Department of Livestock, that tax that they put on whatever animals you have. You could help me out, Matt. You fill out that form, what's that called again?
Per capita fees. Yeah, per capita fees on per head of livestock. We pay a fee that gets thrown into this fund. Every head of cattle in the state pays that.
And so it is a statewide issue because it's general fund money, per capita money, and there's probably some Fed money that flows in through the different agencies to also help assist. So I think, yeah, so it's, people are already paying for this, whether they know it or not. And we're not asking for any more. We're just asking for recognition and stay the course.
So Deb is indicating that we're at the 5-minute mark, I'm assuming.
No, I'm not actually. You might be soon, maybe a minute, but I was just going to add that, you know, what Driscoll just said about federal funding, we do get, well, not we, FWP, Department of Livestock does get significant federal funding from USDA APHIS as well for this. So I just wanted to add that in.
So I see you, Scott. I added these 2 sentences here, recognizing there may be need for new tools in the future and additional funds might be necessary. This recommendation does not request additional funding. Are we comfortable with that, or do I even need that at all? And then Scott and then Ian. Do we first, let's get this though. Do we need the statement or not at all?
I don't think you would want to put is not requesting additional funding. I mean, it might require additional funding.
Yeah, if another area in the DSA needed a hazer, then it would be additional money, but it would be a tool that is already in play. So it's not like you're creating something brand new.
And now you are at the 5-minute mark.
Okay. So clarify, are we good with this sentence here then, recognizing there may be a need for new tools in the future and additional funding might be necessary? Or do we not want that?
I don't know, it kind of opens a can of worms because the next thing somebody's going to say is, where's that additional funding coming from? And I don't think anybody knows. Because as Deb said, there's APHIS money, then we've got general fund money, then we've got, you know, and FWP pays for some of the personnel that works on this. So there's so many pots of money. I think by even bringing up the issue, then it goes to, well, who? And we can't answer that.
But it wouldn't be a potential unexpected consequence.
No, I don't think so.
Are we comfortable if I erase this, guys? Got a couple people nodding. It's gonna go. I'm gonna scroll up here. I do see you. I know that Scott and then Ian. We do need a official title for this recommendation. And then in the intent, I would want it to say the intent is to, and probably specifically say this. It does say risk of disease transmission from elk. I would just want something a little bit more specific if that's at all possible, but at least a title. So let's get Scott T and then Ian.
I'm behind. I just wanted to wholeheartedly agree with what Matt's comments about it.
Kudos, Matt. Okay, Ian.
Well, I guess I have no problem with the justification. I'm bringing it up not to be, you know, stinker, but just to say that, you know, there's probably going to be the public is, in particular, the public hunter will probably jump on this and say, yeah, that's great, but there's probably funding implications to this that, like, it seems like it's an expectation to, you know, allocate more tag fees. And I can kind of see the, you know, that is a public, you know, those animals are in the public trust, but yeah, it's just there's going to be.
Sorry to interrupt. Are there any specific changes that you'd want made?
I liked the cap on the, I mean, talking about that this isn't requesting any additional funds, but that's only one view, and I think I was overruled on that.
Well, I think it probably could be that, no additional funds, or just the opposite. And so I don't want to tie FWP's hands because I have no clue what they're going to do with this recommendation. But I think all of the tools that are in place right now require FWP time. So it's already in play. And unless we want to say you can't spend your money like that anymore, which if you did that, there'd be such an outcry. But that would be the only solution to the money thing, because there's already dollars in play that are working on this.
So no tweaks, changes, and adjustments at this point potentially. And Ian says he might be comfortable with that. I think we're at the time and Deb is on camera. Deb.
I don't need to say anything. I was just turning it on just in case I had to answer a question.
Okay.
So I think the title could be the key factor that I stuck up there at the top. And that answers that thing. And then if you put the intent on the first sentence, so you get to disease transmission from elk to cattle and improve stakeholder relationships. And then that kind of gets the key issues that I think it addresses mostly.
Perfect. So we are at time. So we can either table this, look at it later, or we can call for a vote.
I think just call for a vote.
Agreed.
Yeah. So we vote.
So I'm going to, give me a second, I gotta pull this up. Take me a minute, ladies and gentlemen. Okay. So I'm going to ask this again. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation, understand and mitigate the disease of brucellosis in elk to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group? I need at least one person. Juska says yes. Aaron, Scott. Okay, that's at least one. Okay. This vote will determine if the recommendation, understand and mitigate the disease of brucellosis in elk, should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by a vote confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation, understand and mitigate the disease of brucellosis in elk being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes. Or if you do not support the recommendation, understand and mitigate the disease of brucellosis in elk being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Scroll down to the description so you know the exact pictures. Aaron.
Yes.
Okay. Brent.
Yes.
Chuck.
Yes.
Juska.
Yes.
Heath.
Yes.
Okay. Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Race. No race. Okay.
Yes.
Oh, there's race. Okay. Scott T.
Yes.
Scott B.
Yes.
Stacy. No Stacy, if I'm correct. Is that right? Okay. Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. So we had all in support, and we need to reach out to Stacy. Did I miss anyone or anything? Okay. Okay, so our next recommendation is enforce stricter, oh, I pulled it up. Enforce stricter penalties for trespass violations and other bad behaviors. So let me pull that up real fast for y'all. And we will start the timer. Can y'all see that? Okay. So I believe this was Aaron leading the charge on this one. So enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors. We have the intent here, which we probably need to specifically tie to one of those key objectives as well. Oops, sorry. Then the justification. So really thinking about increasing the, well, I shouldn't be talking for you guys. There's a justification. The description, I know that we added some things along the way. I believe Stephanie in particular mentioned circling back on that landowner component, folks who are involved in the process, timeline, actions. I'm just going to scroll through really quickly and then turn it over to Aaron as well, so you guys see the whole context of it, the limitations, unintended consequences, and feasibility of implementation. So I will turn it to Aaron. Maybe start with the justification and description if we need any tweaks, changes, or adjustments in that space, particularly
Sure.
focusing on any actions. Yeah.
Yep, and everyone, please feel free when we're done here to say what you need and what we need to put in there. I received a lot of public feedback on this, probably 50 or 60 emails that I had printed off. All of them were conclusive in that we need to increase our state trespassing violation laws, in that putting more teeth into the game, so to speak. You had Jeff Dara comment earlier. He was one that submitted some ideas to me. I basically said, first offense, $500. If they even get charged $500 for the first offense, a lot of times they're all misdemeanor for the most part. They go out the window. The local judge doesn't want anything to do with it, just throws it out unless it gets really bad. Is where we can come from, and a couple other wardens weighed in on as well, retired wardens, I should say. And Jeff, thank you for your service to the state of Montana for 36 years, but is putting more of a bite into hunting licenses and or permit restrictions on these folks that are first time and habitual offenders. And you'll see in there first offense recommendation. This was actually pretty much across the board that I received. First offense, a 2-year suspension. Second offense, 5-year suspension, and third offense, lifetime if you continually mess up on that. That came through a lot. Actually, I was surprised in that. Something to think about there, but just more or less on monetary. I was thinking back to when the FWP first started to require you to have a social security number for getting hunting and fishing licenses in the state. Many people backlashed against that. But as what they were trying to do at the time was collect back child support and other money owed to the state. And people like to hunt and they like to fish, and by God, they cleaned up their back child support and back due money to the state in order to be able to hunt and fish. So if I would agree with some of these recommendations here, in that if you go after their hunting licenses, they might think twice rather than just a monetary fine. Here's your $500. We're going to move on to the next year type thing. So I'd be open to anything in here. These are just public comments here, but I guess I would open it up to anything else that people see there.
Druska.
So I hadn't really thought about it, but then when Jeff in public comment said, there's already stuff on the books, it's just that that the enforcement portion of it is all across the board. Right. So when you make these offenses bite-ear, like the 2-year, 5-year, and lifetime, is that all dependent on whether or not somebody will actually enforce that?
Yeah, so on that, it would be more up to, as far as I understand, the warden's recommendation, because this isn't monetary. So as I understand it, and I could be wrong, anything monetary is different, but FWP and the commission through licensing has the authority. If the game warden proves that X is guilty of the offense, then yes, it is. That's how I understand it. I could be wrong on that, but
thanks.
That would be, I have a little bit of knowledge on how the whole court system works.
Yep.
So that would be incorrect unless you put a mandatory minimum on there. Then the judge can do whatever he wants, regardless of what the game warden wants, regardless of what the prosecutor wants, regardless of what the defense attorney wants. The judge pretty much has the authority to do whatever he or she decides, unless you have a mandatory minimum on there. And they can, and a judge and a county attorney has the authority, prosecutorial discretion, and a judge has immunity from anything. So the judge can dismiss anything he or she wants, and the county attorney's office to make the decision to prosecute a case or not prosecute a case and do whatever they want as well.
So based off of that, Scott, should I change this here to mandatory minimum? Or is that what we were saying here too? You're on mute, Scott.
If you want to put it mandatory, yes. So that's hypothetically, if the person, because everybody's innocent until proven guilty, if they go through that or go in and plead guilty, the judge would have a mandatory minimum of what they would have to sentence this person to. Like it would be mandatory revocation of your license for X. Or, but you got to realize if they fight it, the judge can go in there and dismiss it, regardless of what you put in there. And the county attorney, or because it would always be a county attorney, would have the right to always dismiss it or not prosecute the case, regardless. I mean, you could have it on video, everything. It'd be amazing some of the stuff I've seen dismissed.
Right.
The justice system is interesting, needless to say.
Thank you, Scott. So Druska, you still have your hand up, and then someone else.
Yeah. So this is just because I don't know anything. Is there a way for FWP to implement these suspensions without going through the judicial court prosecutor thing?
No, because it'd be a citation, and
okay,
and people have the right to plead not guilty, and I mean they're innocent until proven guilty. So before they could be punished, they would have to have due process.
Got it.
To have due process, you have to go through the justice system. We're kind of exercising in the executive branch kind of now, and then we would have nothing in the judicial system.
Okay.
You can make laws that hold them accountable. Like we'll make the laws. It's their job to do that.
Scott T.
So does it need to read the way to address this problem is to make a mandatory minimum sentence upon conviction? Is that, Scott, is that how that needs to read?
That would have to be, yes, it would have to be mandatory minimum. It's just like for like sex offenses on children. That's not probably a great example, but I know I'm thinking one that we deal with all the time. They have a mandatory minimum. Homicide charges have mandatory minimum, stuff like that. There's a bunch of them, like third offense DUI, mandatory minimum.
I just wanted to get the wording right. And that would have to be a legislative change, correct?
Yeah, the legislature is going to have to change the law on how you do that.
Right.
So the legislature would have to change the law. Should I put that under authority as well, or just as limitations or unintended consequences?
I put that as limitations because now you're going to have a legislator sponsor the bill, and you're going to have to push it through, and then you're going to have to, I guarantee a FWP would have to go testify and stuff like that. So, I mean, there's a lot that goes into putting a bill in front of the legislature.
Okay, Ian and Stephanie. I'll scroll back up to the description.
Yeah, I guess I think some of the intent of this this one was to basically keep everybody the same or even playing field, and I personally agree that, I mean, loss of a hunting license is a lot more. It makes people think a lot more than you know, a financial fee. I guess on the landowner side of things and trespassing, or sorry, I mean blocking stuff and whatnot. I mean, is there a way that I mean, I would think a landowner would think twice if they lost a hunting license for blocking roads or other stuff. I don't know if that, I think that was the intent, to have kind of a tit for tat thing here, but just throw it out to discussion.
Yeah, I didn't throw that in there, Ian, but yeah, that's something.
That's literally what I was going to say to Ian. I think part of this hunter harassment law, having that, I think allows it to be a fish and game offense. So I just wouldn't know the language there. That's why I put that hunter harassment law. But I think if you put landowners are to be held liable for penalty, fine for each day, and or loss of hunting and fishing privileges, similarly to the one up above.
With a mandate, do you want me to just copy this here? Is that what you're saying, Stephanie?
I think so. I don't know. I mean, the only thing I have a little bit of hesitation on that exact sentence is, you know, not to sound light or anything like that, but I mean, if somebody accidentally, I guess the court would decide if it was an accident or not, but it just seems like, you know, somebody accidentally did and then got punished similarly, but I don't know how many people accidentally mark public land private or put a gate up.
For any criminal offense, two things you have to have in there is purposely and knowingly. So just FYI.
Yeah, right after landowners, so require landowners who purposefully and knowingly block access.
Require landowners that purposely and knowingly. And then let's fix this. This doesn't, I think this needs fixed here. And I see Chuck, Scott V, and then Scott T.
Yeah, so while we're on that one, and I'm fine with it, but we need to be, we've had some situations where a landowner was accused of blocking a public access, and it turned out that it wasn't a public access anyway. So I don't want to, I guess I don't really have any amendment, just make that comment that it needs to be, I don't know, it has to be maybe a recorded public access, or, you know, I don't know, maybe Stephanie.
Of record, yeah.
So yeah, something like that. We can discuss that one a little bit. Back on the, if we go, this needs to go to the legislature. We have in Montana a legislative sportsman caucus advisory council. And that's really, that would be a really good group to take this project on. Somebody's going to have to write the legislation and, get it to bill drafting, get all that stuff done. FWP is not going to want to do that. So like that. Yeah. Consider using the legislative sportsman caucus advisory council to carry this legislation.
Can I put FWP should consider? Are you comfortable with that?
Yeah, that'd be fine.
Okay. Okay, Scott V, then Scott T, then Ian.
Can I jump in front of you, Scott? Because I got a question for you. So then you can talk longer.
Have at it.
So my question is for the landowner part. What's your opinion on trying to put some wording in here to make that a criminal offense, or is it enough to make it a civil offense? In other words, for me as a landowner, with the way liability lawsuits are so crazy nowadays, the option of a sportsman to be able to sue you civilly under the hunter harassment thing would be more than enough deterrent, in my opinion, as a landowner, without having to jump through a bunch of hoops and wordage to try to make this a criminal offense. And I wanted your thoughts on that.
So it's already a criminal offense. Montana Code Annotated 458115 makes it illegal for posting of state and federal land. And it says, it's really short, so I'll read it real quick. It says a person commits the offense of illegally posting of state or federal land if without authorization, the person knowingly posts land that is under the ownership or control of the state or federal government to restrict access or use of the state or federal land. It's a $500 fine, up to a $500 fine, and up to 6 months in jail or both. So what happens is the most important part in there is purposely or knowingly post land. They're going to be like, well, I didn't know where the pin was. I mean, a lot of people have dealt with problems related to this, and we get lots of complaints on it, or they fence off roads. I think the biggest thing on this would be hunter education, in my opinion, because you already have a law on this that my deputies write on occasion. Rare occasion, because a lot of people don't make complaints. They call the game warden and complain, but they don't call and complain to my agency enough. But what happens is what they'll do is you'll have a 2-track, which is actually a county road. And so you'll have a landowner on occasion, and I know a specific spot in Fergus County that this happens. He plows a big old berm of snow across it so nobody can access it on a public road. And he needs to be charged with blocking the free ingress or egress into public or private places. That's against the law as well. So there's already a lot of laws that cover all this stuff. So, I mean, you're looking at a lot of difficult, and then you're going to have landowners that come out and chase people off all the time. I mean, bad conduct is conducted by not just hunters, it's conducted by everybody. So I think a lot of it, people just need to know. And I mean, it all depends on the person you're confronting. If you're confronting a wolf, you're going to get bit. If you're confronting a sheep, he's going to run. So it all depends on the attitude of the hunter you're going to confront. With that, I'll go back on mute.
Thank you, Scott. So based off of that conversation, do any changes need to happen here? And then we'll get Ian. I'll just say the sentence looks a little funny to me. Chuck, are you responding to that question? Or Scott and Chuck have their hands up? If that's what you're responding to, then we'll jump the line. If not, Ian's next.
So if all of this is covered, are we just mucking up this good recommendation on trespass with stuff that's already on the books? I don't know the answer to that, but I think we should know that before we endorse it and send it on to the FWP.
Okay, so he's thinking maybe if it's already covered, then remove the landowner component in particular.
I think somebody said that this was kind of a tit for tat. And personally, my personal opinion, I would be cautious of doing like, hey, we're going to try to punish this person, so let's punish him too. I wouldn't do a tit for tat, because then I think somebody used the example earlier, you're going to throw the baby out with the bathwater. You could get this whole thing killed, because if you're going to do a tit for tat. So my opinion.
Let's get this one covered, see where folks land, and then we'll get Ian. Just because your response to this, or are you in line?
Well, kind of my response. I mean, I think we should recognize that we want landowners to be responsible for their behavior, but maybe we just refer to the law or say, the law is there. With Chuck saying that not a lot of verbiage might be necessary, could be correct. But I think the point of this recommendation was not only to hold hunters accountable, but landowners accountable.
Okay. How do we want to move forward on this? Is this deleting this and then saying we recognize landowners that purposely and knowingly illegally block access are required to follow stated laws, or we support those that are already on the books, or what does it look like? And Stephanie, I see you have your hand raised. Is yours in regard to this conversation? Okay, yeah, let's go, Stephanie, then. And then Ian, let me know if yours is regarding this conversation as well.
I understand maybe not putting the first offense 2-year suspension and all of that, but I think, we were calling this kind of the olive branch to sportsmen, putting this part in, and I think it should retain in there. A lot of landowners, a penalty and fine, of $10 a day or whatever it is, they don't care. I mean, that's a drop in the bucket to the ones who are who are doing it most of the time. So if they knew that maybe they might lose trespassing or hunting and fishing rights, it might be a bigger deterrent.
So remove the specifics of the one offense, 2-year suspension. Give you folks a couple minutes to think about that. So how do we want to move forward? Making sure that we say that there's something for hunters, there's something for landowners, and we recognize that there's something already on the books for landowners. Assuming race, it's regarding this conversation, and I'm assuming Stephanie, yep, okay.
You know, I thought, I guess everybody's thinking, but you know, I understand the intent of this for both of us. I'm wondering, with a lot of our recommendations, we're getting caught up in really defining things, and I think it's good. And I think this is a great proposal. But are we really just trying to get maybe FWP to support, you know, increasing these penalties? Maybe, like we're saying, maybe we just, for both hunters and landowners, to taking away privileges, acknowledge that fines are great, but maybe include these other penalties. If there is statute, if there is legislation that's already covering this, and that gets into an area that's going to be hard for us to really have a time and effort in the future to get that all passed. It's just my thoughts.
So maybe based off of what Aris is saying, is maybe something is FWP supports increasing penalties for hunters and landowners that hunters who engage in trespassing or unethical behaviors and landowners that knowingly and purposely illegally block access. Examples include, and then sort of say, these are some examples.
Yeah, I guess I was just thinking maybe the example of the increased penalty, you know, obviously maybe losing rights is a good way to go about doing this, rather than just the, you know, the financial penalty. I don't know how you'd word that, obviously, but I think that's the intent of what we're trying to do. And I mean, if we can strengthen on both of them, I guess I'm like, Scott's got tons of good information. Everybody's made really good comments. I think Aaron's done a great job with this, and Stephanie and everybody that's worked on it. I just wonder if we get ourselves so specific that the unintended consequence isn't always
right. And I guess I would
positive, I guess.
Yeah, and I guess I would fall back a little bit more on Scott Van Dyken on this. I mean, what are your thoughts here?
So let's get Scott's thoughts. Let's circle back on this, and then we do have Ian, who has had his hand up very, very patiently too. So let's get Scott, close out this, and then get Ian as well.
I agree wholeheartedly with Stephanie, because I've been the victim of this, but I'm more the wolf kind of personality, and I don't like to be bullied or pushed around. But you do get these people that, like, when they get confronted, like, they're not aggressive, and they're not going to they'll let people push them around. So I do agree that, you know, people who violate the law need to be held accountable on it. And so I like mentioning that in there. I think with the law that is already in place, they're just going to say, hey, there's a law in place for this and a process for this. It needs to be followed. That's just my thought on what they'll do with it, is my 2 cents with it.
You have 5 minutes.
Thanks, Deb. Okay, so let's see what you guys think of changing the verbiage to this. So FWP supports increasing penalties for hunters who engage in trespassing and unethical behaviors, such as and landowners that purposely and knowingly illegally block a recorded public access or posting public lands with the intention to prevent legal access, to remove encroachment signage properly, are held accountable. Examples include, and then what is listed below. I think We have Ian still who has his hand up, and then I think he also brought his hand up at one point. So Ian, do you want to share your thoughts real quick?
I guess, I mean, there's a lot of stuff along this process that kind of got hashed out along the way, but I guess I was going to throw in there that to take care of the nuanced stuff that Chuck was talking about. Likewise, if there's like prescriptive easement rights on a road and I go down it as a hunter, that's so I was going to say upon, shoot, I'm losing, upon a court conviction that, basically that we're not trying to, I guess in that first, I'm more leaning towards simplifying it down to the kind of that one line thing, although I don't want to do that by, and step on people's toes for the effort that they put in here. But basically the intent would be to, if you're convicted as a hunter, if you're convicted as a landowner, we, basically losing some of these, hunting, fishing type rights would maybe sting a little bit more. So just adding in upon a court conviction. So
where do you want that added?
What's that?
Where do you want that added?
Basically, so FWP is, so right after like public lands, or like, well, shoot,
On maybe on here instead of on conviction. Are you saying upon?
Ian, could you put it after accountable or held accountable upon conviction? Would that cover the whole sentence?
yeah, there you go. Held accountable upon court conviction on that first. Yeah.
Wait, where?
It's at the bottom.
What you added.
Last sentence.
Last sentence.
Are held accountable. On.
That kind of covers some of the nuance. I don't know.
Okay, thank you. Okay. So then we've got Scott T.
I was just going to say, I really like this, and I think we could tweak this all day if we got too specific. But I think, anybody with any amount of reasonable logic can read this and see what the heart of what we're trying to do here is. Whether we get the wording exactly right or not, I think it's loud and clear what we're trying to say.
So we like the sentence up front and then saying examples include, and sort of maybe, should I bullet these then? Do we care? Leave it as is.
You could say something like samples of increased penalties would be first offense, 2-year suspension of license. Because that would indicate how much more this group would like the penalty to be.
So are we, yeah. So it would say something like samples of penalty.
Well, because you have examples include up above.
So it's
and
just
you could just,
yeah.
So is it examples of increasing penalties, and then colon, and then just bullet some examples maybe. And
so are we removing all of this text?
Well, that's what I thought we were kind of talking about is.
Yeah.
Because I think the penalties that we put down there are pretty stiff and I don't think they're in the law. So what we would be asking them to do is when you go to do legislative stuff with this is what we think the penalty should be. Or that's our recommendation. I don't know. And maybe that gets too specific too.
So I'm gonna delete this here and say that the way we're talking about it is it would just be this sentence, then examples include, and then it provides those examples. And then the last sentence is FWP should consider the Legislative Support and Caucus Advisory Council for carrying out legislation. So that's kind of where we're at. And we're at time, but do you guys want to continue?
Just real quick, Kimberly, just real quick, you would just need to add something about like the suspension of hunting and fishing rights or however it's worded. privileges, hunting and fishing privileges. Otherwise, your suspension of what driving. So
Gotcha.
just clarify what you're suspending.
And then Scott T, let's get you.
I just was going to say, if anybody really wanted to keep everything that you just drew a line through, you could just put for example and then bullet point them, and they wouldn't have to be specific, but they could still be on there.
That's kind of where I was asking originally, but I think we just ended up with deleting it all and just having it here. If that's, is that where we're Scott Van Dyken?
And if you wanted, you could put a bullet point in there that if a landowner, to support Stephanie's decision on that, if you wanted some kind of wording, and I don't know, Stephanie could probably word it too, but if a landowner illegally posts state or federal land and actively chases off a hunter or something like that, they are susceptible to further charges under harassing, because the one law on criminal side applies, but I don't know if the law under the definition, I could look up the hunter harassment one real quick because I got my computer up here to see if that applies, if that would apply to a landowner that did that, if that makes sense. 87.6.215.
I put and or if a landowner illegally, you said post federal land? Is that
Like say, does that make sense what I'm trying to say on there? Like, because the landowner that illegally posts land, you could get them under the criminal code. But 215 harassment.
So I'm also going to say we are at time. Should we tweak, finalize this last sentence outside of this group and then circle back to it in our next meeting? Or
I think if we just put subject to criminal charges and then like hunter harassment in parentheses, I would be happy with it. I don't know what the rest of the group stands, but I just want to put that hunter harassment law in there as part of it.
Oh, the actual law, so capitalize this, right?
Yeah, if you put that one and the illegally postings, that landowner could be subject to 87.6.215 and the one I mentioned, you'd probably be fine. Couldn't you think, Stephanie? Because in reading the harassment one, depending on what your prosecutor and your officer thought, you could probably squeeze it in there.
Kimberly, are you laughing because there's no way that you could get all that stuff you rattled off just like that?
There's no way, and we're at time, so I'm trying to say, do we force?
I'm gonna make a suggestion here. If everybody's good with the intent of this and including what Scott just said, I saw Stephanie's thumb up. Why don't you all vote on this, and understanding that there's still some little tweaks that you guys will still have the opportunity to see between now and your next meeting. As long as the intent doesn't change.
The only statement that I'm going to say is we are going to have to at least add to the intent section quickly, tie it back to one of these for me, please. Strategically redistribute elk, address quality access to harvest, improve stakeholder relationships. Please, please, please.
I want to say it's improved stakeholder relationships.
Yeah. Can you give me a sentence? The intent is to and we're comfortable with that. We recognize that these others are here, but it's primarily to, I can put primarily to improve safety. We're comfortable with that.
I think you could add access to harvest, in my opinion, because when you get a bunch of bad actors that come through and gates get locked and access gets denied.
Yep.
I think they go together.
So I will see if we are ready for a vote on this. Scott, you have your hand up. other Scott. Scott T,
Fine
Scott B.
now.
Those are similar too. Okay. So I will ask, give me a second. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we can submit, what is his name? Enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group? Can I get at least one person saying yes, if that is a possibility?
Yes.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay. So I will scroll down. Let me copy this and put it so I can read it correctly.
So not to be too awful, but if in the intent, if we're going to include landowners, we should include it there. So bad behaviors by hunters and landowners. Committed by, or, you know, so enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors by hunters as well as landowners.
Can I just put hunters and landowners?
Yeah, that's fine. Yep.
Okay. I'll scroll down to the description so you guys can see all of that. There has been a slight name change, so when I read this, there will be a slight name change, but hopefully we are okay with that. Okay. So this vote will determine if the recommendation enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors by hunters and landowners should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation, enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors by hunters and landowners being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation of enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors by hunters and landowners being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Okay. Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck.
No.
Druska.
Yes.
Okay. Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Race.
Yes.
Scott T.
Yes.
Scott V.
Yes.
Stacy. Still not here, right? Okay. Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. We have 1 no and 1 not here. Okay. So you guys are aware. So we will move to our next recommendation. Which is, let me see. Next recommendation is develop an education campaign to improve hunter and landowner ethics. Oh, Chuck, I see your hand up. I apologize. And by the way, I got your email from earlier. And yes, we count your vote.
Yeah, can I just say a word about why I voted no?
Of course, yes, please.
It's because of that last sentence that it actually says that a landowner could be in violation for chasing hunters off the land. It doesn't say what land. And if I can't vote for that, if I lose the right to take hunters off of my land, that's exactly why I voted no. The discussion has gone on so long, I didn't want to keep haranguing on it, but that's the justification for my no vote. Otherwise, I'm fine with the recommendation.
Thank you for sharing that. Druska.
So that's a pretty specific intent. And I'm guessing I wouldn't want to get in trouble for pushing hunters off my private land. So I don't know, maybe Chuck's comment needs something. I don't know.
Can I suggest that, like I said, a couple of you, maybe Scott, Chuck, Druska, work on that language without changing, really intent. if everybody's comfortable with that, and then they get another shot at reviewing it.
Off public land was the intent.
The intent was public land. Okay.
I would agree, and I think that's a good clarification that Chuck's bringing up.
Agreed. Thank you.
Do you want to just do a quick revote if I switch that word to public land?
Let's do it.
Yep.
I would just, yeah, I would vote for it if you clarify that. But I would like, this thing has gotten on long enough. I would like to see the final verbiage without all the lines and everything in it come before us. So if there's something that we haven't thought about here, this got kind of convoluted, and I would like to read it when I have time to think about it a little more. And I'm sure it'll be fine, but could we have a caveat that if something changes, we can revisit this issue?
So yes, that's not a problem. On the last meeting, what we're going to do is show you all of the recommendations, and it will be a time for you to proofread, make sure that everything is an accurate reflection of what you're trying to do. I'm just going to go through the vote really quickly. I'm going to read the statement again and go through it really quickly if you guys are comfortable. I changed this to chases a hunter off public land. Is that all that we needed there? Is that the one sheet that you wanted? Is that the one change we talked about? Juska's nodding.
That's good.
Okay, I'm going to read a lengthy statement again. Give me a second, and then we'll start all over again. This vote will determine if the recommendation enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors by hunters and landowners should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by a verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation, enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors by hunters and landowners being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation, enforce stricter penalties for trespassing and other bad behaviors by hunters and landowners being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck.
Yes.
Juska.
Yes.
Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Race.
Yes.
Scott T.
Yes.
Is that a yes?
Yes, sorry.
Okay. No worries. Somebody else came on. Scott B.
Yes.
Okay. Stacy's still not here. Is that correct? Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. All in support. Stacy not present at this point in time. Our next recommendation is develop an education campaign to improve hunter and landowner ethics. I believe that Stacy and Ian worked on this one. Do you guys want to hold on the next two? I believe Stacy and Ian worked on. I talked to Stacy on Monday saying that Ian, I think you took the lead on this one. Do we want to hold on those two till she comes, or do we want to dive into those now? And we don't know when she's coming. Juska.
Well, at the risk of us missing something that Stacy thought was important, maybe we should give her time to get here.
Okay. So I'll circle back on those two till if she gets here. So the develop education, improve landowner ethics, develop an education program for non-agricultural community. And then I wasn't sure, but the type 3 block management had the education component in it. So should we hold on those 3 or just, how do you guys want to do on that? Till she gets here?
I'm fine with that.
I think Ian's got the type 3 thing now. Then I don't know if he.
Okay, so we can jump to the type 3. I thought that had some of the education component in it that was we talked about last time. So
yeah, there's definitely some overlap between the two.
So this is the block management, type 3 block management. This is what Ian shared today, I believe.
Yeah, and I just had a couple highlights in red based off some comments that I received.
Okay.
Some clarifications, I guess.
Okay. Um, so I'm assuming this is new program, type 3 block management. So this is the intent of it overall. We probably need to, we did talk a little bit about access, addressing that, making sure that it's clear. Justification overall, I'll just slowly scroll through this portion. And then Ian, add, tweak, change, and adjust as needed, or say anything that you need. Scrolling through, I'm just going to scroll through it really quickly, and then we can dive into the description, starting in the description. So the description are the actions that would be taken. We've got a couple headings here, so funding, content, and course development, training, looks like supplemental training. Then we have some additional notes, some thoughts on implementation, and compensation. And this, I'm not going to be able to show everything all on one page, so you should have access to this. It was emailed out. You should have access to this, I believe. People and organizations, timeline, authority to take action, consequences, limitations, and feasibility. So do we want to start in the description? So Ian, you want to give us a bit of background on the description of the actions here that you're asking FWP to take?
I mean, I guess I can. I've some of my verbal explanations have been kind of, I don't know, I feel like it in a lot of ways it's written better than what I end up commenting on verbally. I end up causing some confusion sometimes. But I guess the big comment that came out that we even heard in the public comment today, that that we're creating a barrier to entry with this, and that wouldn't be the intent at all. The intent would be you take a base level course, like an online course that's similar to the hunter stewardship landowner program or whatever that is that's called on FWP site. Basically give that program a facelift, modernize it, add some video content, make it more personal, something like along those lines. And then there'd be an online base course that you'd have to take, and then that would qualify you to participate in the program. Beyond that, if there was a landowner hangup that, hey, I want to see these guys be skilled marksmen, then they could require a weapons proficiency course to be taken. It would be pretty heavily driven by the landowner community saying that, like, hey, type 1 block management, type 2 block management, they don't address some of my concerns. And if X, Y, and Z was addressed, then I would allow public access. And then that would be, and then this is kind of an outside, this, I guess, maybe privilege or, something to participate in this program as a hunter. And you as a hunter would have the ability to decide whether or not you wanted to jump through the hoops that the landowner set forward to you. So there wouldn't really be a barrier to entry. There would be a carrot provided by the landowner. If they were willing to pony up their property and it was a very productive property and the landowner felt like the effort that they put in was worthwhile to, that allowed them access to that property, then they're going to jump through those hoops. If a landowner decides to participate in the program and they ask for a bunch of hoops to be jumped through, and I as a hunter can look at it and say, yeah, no, I've looked at your property, there's no way I'm going to put that level of effort in. So I think it's the intent is to have a program. These are backbone ideas, but to have a program where a landowner can clearly define what their needs are, and then a hunter can clearly just say yes or no, I want to do that.
Chuck.
Okay, so Ian, let's go up to intent. Kimberly, the fourth bullet point, and scroll into that next line down a little bit. No, I guess you didn't need to go that far because this is different on my computer. What I'm confused, Ian, on the funding. I mean, how is this funded? Because I'm getting mixed signals out of what you have here on that fourth bullet point. Could you just run through that for me, please?
You know, funding, maybe the funding we have an asterisk there as a to be determined, because I'm probably putting words in landowners' mouth. Like, I guess I feel like there's quite a few landowners out there that, you know, they just allow, as long as there's a reciprocal agreement, they allow public hunting if their land is taken care of and whatnot. But I think there's a lot of people that feel like their land isn't being taken care of, and that, you know, there's a burden on their land created, so then they decide to drop out of programs. So compensation would be a question mark. I guess the biggest question mark is whether there's like some sort of base compensation out of block management funds or not. I think a landowner should have the ability, it's their property. If they say they want to charge $100 a day for somebody to hunt it, then they can make that. They should be able to set those parameters. It's their decision, and it's a hunter's decision whether he's willing to sign on to that. You know, there's a lot of like lease ground out there, and basically, you know, I mean, we could pull those people into a program and make that at least available. You know, the option. A lot of that stuff is locked up, and nobody really has the option to even try to get.
So Ian, you're talking about Kimberly. Go to intent, would you please?
Yeah, where were you talking about the funding in the intent portion?
Well,
or tell me where you need it.
The assumption would be that the money a landowner currently makes off block, start on the assumption the money that a landowner currently makes off block management. And then that whole section there, I don't get any of that, to tell you the truth. Is it just me? I just wonder if we even need that in there. It's making assumptions.
You could probably, and that's me assuming that, you know, I guess I've heard, and that's probably a poor assumption. So definitely comment on it, that like that block management pays pennies on the dollar for, you know, in compare, you know.
I think it's confusing, Ian. I would strike that section.
That's fine.
Because you down below there on funding, it's pretty clear there, and this is a little bit nebulous. I think it threw me off when I read it.
So comfortable with that change there? What are other thoughts folks have on this recommendation?
I guess I'd throw out there that I did get a couple phone calls on this as well, and there was, you know, I guess it seemed like there's a lot of support for kind of the background structure of this, and just recognizing that there needs to be some other system out there to allow landowners' needs to be met, and then you know, some sort of, you know, dashboard or something to to try to help manage, hunters and whatnot.
Chuck?
So, question for Deb, please. Deb, is it true? I mean, I'm hearing that landowners are leaving block management in significant numbers. And some of the reason for that is there's going to be so much pressure on their lands that they're really not producing any kind of quality hunting anymore, and they're just getting a lot of pressure and a lot of implications, or a lot of damage, you might say, from the public hunter. Is that what's going on? Because this could be a pretty good answer to that, and I expect that's what Ian's intent was here. So maybe you could comment on that for us.
Yeah,
please.
so Chuck, I can't comment on if they're not producing quality hunts. I haven't heard that described that way. What I have heard is that landowners are it's just not worth the money anymore. Their time is worth more than that, and they're just getting so many calls and not very courteous, hunters asking for access. And it's just nonstop. The hunting season is so very long. So that's what I'm hearing. Like I said, I can't speak to the quality access, but I can say that landowners are getting very fatigued over the number of hunters calling them. And that's why we're hearing they're pulling out.
Okay, yeah, thank you. So I'm wondering then, if I may, Kimberly, continue, will this type of program mitigate some of that burden that landowners are getting simply by the parameters that we're putting on it? Ian, can you speak to that briefly?
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, that's my hope. And I guess I'm wanting to see, some sort of, new platform available for landowners. I mean, VRBO type thing. I mean, it's a little bit of a goofy, I mean, maybe not a direct parallel, but a VRBO type platform where you could look at a calendar for, archery season, rifle season, whatever. And then as a landowner, you'd be able to go through and you'd be able to block out, hey, my family's going to come this week. I have a friend that's going to come that week. These dates aren't available for hunting. And then they could offer up any other weeks, but they could say there's going to be 2 parties per week or per day. They type in the parameters, and then people can click on that, do a draw, and then hunters would be selected randomly. And then, there'd be, you'd get a pool of hunters that you'd get to see. I guess like if I was a hunter, I would upload all my information, name, description, vehicle, other stuff. So then just kind of to do all that heavy lifting and back, the burden that's placed on landowners. If we could kind of go to some sort of digital platform for that, I think it'd be great. In addition to bringing an elevated pool of hunters that hopefully would respect landowners' property a little bit more and improve relations.
Thanks, Ian. We have Heath and Aaron.
Yeah, so I do think it's a pretty good proposal, and I think it has some merit for sure. A couple things, like Chuck. The one thing, I had a guy call me the other day about the pick your weapon proposal, but we got caught up in this a little bit as well. And he pointed out that block management's not just for elk hunting. And, he specifically was talking about how he's gotten to properties specifically to bird hunt. And there may not be an elk on the place, may not be a deer on the place, but there's phenomenal bird hunting. So yeah, I mean, as far as elk go, some of them I do think get overrun, but there's also other opportunity there. And then I think this thing has some merit for sure. I guess my concern is the front end work to set up all the videography, line up with landowners to to set those up and that kind of stuff, actually taking away time from the landowner. I know it's a one-time thing. Once they did it, it'd be over. I guess my concern would be whether or not people would be willing to set apart that time to do it, or if it would just be a hurdle. And I'm not sure. Maybe, you know, Race or Chuck, one of you guys that has some land might have an idea there.
Ian, are you going to address that? Is that why your hand's up in particular?
Just real quick, I guess the intent on the videography for the land, you know, the landowner specific thing, that would be like an additional thing if they felt, and this is an assumption, and yes, turn it over to other landowners in the group for sure. But the assumption would be that there are things that landowners feel like they need to relay in a more personal manner to that hunter prior to them getting to hunt their property. They're going to tell them that, like, hey, I've, you know, cows over here or this over there, you know, like some more specific things where they're like, I'm okay with hunting, but I need you to understand that you can't do this, this, and this. And instead of having to meet with every individual hunter in person and repeat yourself 1,000 times throughout hunting season, that was the intent. That's, you know, it's not to create a burdensome thing. It's to get that across. So.
Okay, I tried to scroll to find it, but I couldn't find it in there. So we will pull up that section when we talk next to Aaron.
Yeah, so just and Ian, going off your deal, I was at a conference not long ago in Bozeman, and there actually is a company, it's private, but VRBO for recreational lands, whether it's hunting, fishing, anything. And, you know, speaking to the landowners in the group, I mean, everything's about control from the landowner, right? And he checked all the boxes when he went through. Who's going to be in your hunting party? You get a map before you apply to come on the property. Yes, I have fences here. I have cattle here. Don't go there. You might run into elk here or mule deer here. Who's all in your party? Everything. It literally checked all the boxes. I think it would be a phenomenal tool for FWP on this level. So he has it out there. I think that FWP can use it as well.
So to be clear, Aaron, a private company already has created this tool.
They do, but that doesn't mean that FWP can't involve the same type of database that they have. But I'm just saying there is a company out there that for profit that's what they do.
Ian.
Yeah, so I think I like this proposal. I mean, there's a lot of stuff in here, and there's a lot of heavy lifting, you know, that would be involved, or that that appears that I'd be asking for a lot of heavy lifting. But truthfully, I think between like what One Montana's done, I've recently learned about this other platform that is like VRBO for hunting. I think all the work's been done. There just needs to be compiled. It needs to be organized well. And then the biggest thing is it needs to be endorsed by Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. And then hunters feel like, landowners feel like, hey, here's a program that's endorsed by FWP that takes care of my needs. And, you know, hunters are going to go to the FWP website as opposed to some, you know, random third-party app. I just think you're going to get a lot more widespread support. So I guess just pointing out that I have a lot of specifics in here, but I do think it's all been done. This is just compiling prior data type thing.
So let's dive in and see what the specific actions are and what we'd like to do with this recommendation in particular. So how do you guys want to dive into that? Do you want to? I want to make sure that we're clear on what this recommendation is proposing and going forward. So it seems like we had a couple questions. How do you guys want to move forward? We've got the funding component, content for course development, the training, some on implementation, compensation.
I see that you have here, Ian, that it might require legislative action. Does anybody know if something like this would require that, or is it something that FWP can implement?
Some of this would definitely be required by the legislature, have to go through the legislature.
Do we need time to review this one? Let's go back to the description. Druska.
So if there's a legislative component to this, a possibility of, would that group that Chuck mentioned be worthy of putting down here to, because I think we used that in one of the other ones, to consider using a sportsman advisory council caucus or something like that?
Yeah, I was just going to say that, Ruska. Yeah, this would be. I would like to move this forward and put it in the hands of that council and let them look this deal over. I mean, it's got to go to FWP, but I'd like that group to look this over. I think there's a lot that could come out of this. Block management, as is on a downward trend, and it needs rejuvenating. And what, I don't know if this is the answer or not, but if we put this out, it will stimulate that conversation. So I would certainly like. I'm ready to vote. I'm going to vote in favor of this and ask FWP to pass it over to the Legislative Sportsman Caucus and see if we can get get something moving in block management.
And so just to be clear, FWP should submit its recommendation to the Legislative Sportsman Caucus for feedback and consideration prior to implementation, right? Or no? You want their feedback first?
Yeah,
before.
you bet. Prior to implementation.
I was just going to point out real quick that if you go down under the content, course, and development, the oversight committee comment that came from a guy that called me. I think those, that there could be probably overlap there, so you could maybe get rid of the oversight committee, or basically go to have a committee that kind of helps field this one and works with landowners, to try to flesh out some of the nitty gritty of this. But I was just going to point out that there was a private comment that seemed to be getting at the exact same thing that Chuck was just getting at.
Is this for just to clarify?
No, where it was that in red, FWP should first, or would compile an oversight committee. I think that comment.
Is it for the content and course development or overall?
Well, I guess overall. I mean, the content and course development is kind of an overall thing that could get deleted out of there and get brought up the chain of command that it should go to that sportsman caucus or a oversight committee or something. Then I guess I was just pointing out the intent of both comments were kind of similar.
What are other thoughts on this one? Got about 5 minutes before we hit the 30-minute mark. Are there other thoughts? Ian? That wasn't intentional. Okay, yeah, okay. Other thoughts, questions, comments? Juska.
If there aren't comments, maybe we should just vote.
Yeah.
If everybody's ready.
Thank you. Yeah, so Chuck mentioned that earlier. Just wanted to make sure we made space for everyone. Can we do one more thing really quickly? I just want to check to make sure that we have the intent. Is there anything else that we, so the intent is to incentivize landowners to allow public hunting, addressing, can I just put in parentheses, access to quality hunting here for this bullet? Okay. Thank you.
You could probably throw in the other one about stakeholder relationships too.
To improve stakeholder relationships. Okay. Comfortable with those two exchanges adjustments? I'm gonna ask, which title do we want? Anybody? Oh, Ian, I think you're talking, but you're on mute.
Sorry. I don't know. I would ask the group on that. There's a couple other, I threw out the Access Plus because there's a couple other Citizens Out Coalition and a few others that are working on their own variant of a type 3 program. So I didn't know if it would be worthwhile to diverge with a different name as opposed to sticking with the block management. But I don't care either way, but maybe somebody would have comment or opinion.
Yeah, someone who has a burning. Stacy, hi, welcome.
Thanks, and I apologize for being off video. My computer is cooked and I had to borrow one. So I guess my thought is, being a landowner, I would go with the Access Plus program because it gets away from the block management. And I know some people are not fans of block management. And I think if we are going to try to do something different, we should completely brand it different.
Thanks for that comment.
Okay. Anything else before we move to a vote? Okay. Give me a second, ladies and gentlemen. Let me scroll up to part of the description. So at least that's present. So it's going to go here first. Okay. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation Access Plus program to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group? One person, please say. Anybody?
Yes.
Thank
Yes.
you, Jessica. Okay. Okay. This recommendation will determine if the recommendation Access Plus program should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation Access Plus program being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation Access Plus program being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck.
Yes.
Juska.
Yes.
Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Race.
Yes.
Scott T.
Yes.
Scott V.
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. So just to catch you up, Stacy, we did skip a couple of the recommendations as of thus far that had to do with education because yeah, you were part of those. My question for folks is, do you guys want to take a 10-minute break really quickly and then jump in, or do you guys want to continue going forward? Juska.
I could use a little bit of a break, please.
Let's do a 10-minute break.
So Kimberly,
Yes.
hey, I've got kind of a major water project going on here in my front yard. We lost all of our water and having some issues. So I'm going to be gone for just a little bit, and then I'll try and get back. So
if you do, you do. We graciously accept and understand. Hope you don't get flooded or washed away or are experiencing a drought, whichever one is happening in your house. We hope it no longer persists. If you miss a vote, I will send you an email.
All right. Thank you. I appreciate it.
How were the public comments, Kimberly?
They were very gracious. So even Stephanie commented afterwards that they were, she appreciated how folks phrased things and spoke. So it was very nice to hear from the public and their thoughts and their comments, and everything was very nice and respectful. So it was appreciated by the group.
Good. I was a little worried after the last email we got this morning.
Some of them are more fun than others, but
Yes.
everybody spoke very graciously, very, very well. So it was nice, professional, and good feedback overall.
Good.
So if you could start coming back, and then Stacy, we're going to turn it over to you. Well, maybe not the next one, but maybe the one right after that. I think it's first is the campaign to improve hunter landowner ethics and relationships. And then second is develop an education program for the non-agricultural community. So it'll probably be some combination, mostly Ian, and then some combination possibly of you with that one, and then you, of course, as well.
Okay.
And Deb, did you have something you wanted to add?
Just letting you know I'm here.
Oh, okay, thank you. Thank you. Okay. And Druska has her hand up. I'm thinking that's a residual. So we might just wait a couple more minutes or slowly start so that we can get other folks here. So if you are able to hear me, please let me know if you are there, either going off mute and letting me know, or coming on camera. Thanks, Scott. Well, okay. Got at least 7 of y'all present as of currently.
I'm really curious about the y'all every once in a while. Is that a Virginia dialect, y'all?
I'm from Texas.
That's why I wondered.
Oh yeah. At least don't say all you gotta do. That's a big one too. All you gotta do. Okay, well, we will get started. I will slowly start talking about things so that folks can hop on. I think we will start with develop an education campaign to improve hunter landowner ethics. This was one that you guys talked about frequently. I have the last version that was sent out to the sounding board a while ago. I don't remember the specific date off the top of my head, but we had a recommendation sent to the sounding board to develop an education campaign. I didn't receive a newer version of that one, but I believe Stacy and Ian originally were working on this one, and then I think that we split them in half, or Stacy and Ian split them in half. So this one was primarily Ian on this one. We'll have to circle back on the key issues, the title, the intent, improve the hunter landowner relationships with programs similar to the Master Hunter program, which would improve hunter quality with the certificate possibilities, a potential way for the program graduates to access private land to hunt. We have our justification here. Our description takes the best parts of various ethical hunter programs that are now in use in Montana to combine them to create this program. The people involved, timeline, authority, limitations, consequences. So Ian, I'll turn it over to you.
Yeah, I guess I'm having a little bit of recommendation amnesia on this one, and like who last picked up the ball. I guess I kind of apologize to the group. I don't know. If this was under my, fully under my direction, I think I kind of abandoned this somewhat and focused my efforts on that Access Plus previously. I don't I don't think this is bad to bring up. I think if that Access Plus program doesn't get any traction, I think we could, I think we would, put words in people's mouth, but I think it's improving hunter education is something that I think the whole group pretty much agrees on. If we don't think it could be accomplished through that Access Plus, but then we are leaving out some of the general public. So, just a recommendation that, hey, there's, I guess, hunter education that could be improved on kind of more on the general scale. I don't know that I've put a whole lot into this one recently.
Okay. So Stacy, and correct me if I'm wrong, I could have this entirely wrong. Stacy and you originally were owners of this one, and it was sent to the sounding board. And then from my understanding from Stacy is that you took this one on primarily, and what I'm hearing is you might not have incorporated the comments from the sounding board into this recommendation. Do I have that correct?
I didn't really receive much for comments other than like, yeah, there's a good, improved hunter education is a good idea. I don't know if Stacy has anything to add.
Yeah, Stacy, did you get any comments or feedback that we should be aware of?
The comments between this one and the other educational one were a lot the same. People were either very much for some continuing education after initial hunter safety, or they were don't give us anything else to do, we have enough to do. But I agree with Ian, as far as just more of a general recommendation, just to have it out there, just to maybe add on a little bit to hunter safety and hunter ed, because if you take it when you're 10 years old, a lot of times there's stuff that might get forgotten. And I know a couple of people I've talked to did hunter safety and went hunting for 2 or 3 years and then got busy with school and sports and all this and never picked up a rifle again until they were in their 20s. So I just think it would be good to have something that we send that would maybe be a refresher type thing.
Okay, Driscoll. You're on mute. Driscoll, you're on mute.
So I do recognize that what Ian was saying, that in his Access Plus program, there's a mention of improving hunters. But I also think that throughout all of our recommendations, there has been enough mention of the Master Hunter program and our belief in its quality that whether FWP uses that or creates their own, I think that there should be some sort of program out there that raises the expectations and gives the opportunity for hunters to engage in programs that raise the expectation. So it's even more than just repeat hunter safety. This is a program that would possibly get you in a door and improve access, because if you have a hunter come to the door and say, I've gone through the Master Hunter program, I really enjoyed it, these are the things that they highlighted, and I'm asking permission to hunt. Well, I'm going to look at that hunter different than I would another one. So bottom line is, I think some sort of above and beyond program with expectations has been mentioned enough that we should send this on to some form, as some form of a recommendation. If we're putting different words in, that's fine. But the concept, I think, has been out there for the entire course of our meetings.
Thanks, Druska. So really thinking about pushing, we've had a conversation about this, so really pushing a recommendation that emphasizes the education component out, thinking about increasing a hunter's ability to have that quality access to harvest. Do y'all think that this recommendation in this form is, do we need to change it here? Do you guys want to work on it in between the meetings and add content, especially if we can compile that information from the sounding board and circle back on it at the next meeting? Or do you, where are you guys at?
Can you scroll up to the intent section again,
Sure
please?
can. I can also put that sentence about access in the intent as well. Ian?
I guess I don't know. I personally, the Master Hunter program, I guess I'm of the opinion that that like a statement to the department that I think we need to improve or elevate our base level of hunter education would be important. Like I said, the Master Hunter stuff and kind of that whole concept that got really wrapped up in my last recommendation. So I this one, if it was on my shoulders, I didn't flesh things out totally.
Chuck.
So could somebody tell me what on the description, if you go to the description, please, what would the give me some example, I guess, of what the best parts of various ethical hunter programs would be that we need to pull out and combine, because that's a question that if we send this to FWP, they're going to say, well, what do you want us to do? You know, so we're going to have to answer that. I think it's going to have to be a little more specific than just say, yeah, pull out the best parts and make a new program. I don't think that's going to get any traction. So we probably need to get a little more specific on that part if we're going to, in my point of view, if we're going to move it forward, that has to be specified.
Druska.
Okay, so I thought it was intentionally vague, so we weren't telling them what they had to do. But, you know, sort of giving them leeway that they didn't have to partner with Master Hunter, or there's something else in the western part of the state around Missoula or the Bitterroot that is similar. I don't remember the name of the program though. So I guess I was just thinking that by leaving it open-ended, it was more of our intent is that you get some sort of a hunter program going. And these are some places you could go for ideas. But if you want more specifics, that's fine too. But that was the intent, I guess, behind leaving it less specific.
So I'm hearing yeah, Chuck.
Well, I mean, if I'm sitting in the office over in there, you know, Helen at FWP reading this, so I'm thinking, I really don't know. I really don't know what they're after here. You know, we've got some good programs out there. You know, it just I'm, you know, just the way my mind works, it's too vague. I think in my case, if I was making that decision, I'd say this would be an easy one to shelve because I don't really know. I don't know what they're going for here. So, what are we doing right? What are we doing wrong? We're not answering that in this proposal. That's, I don't dislike the idea. I just don't know if we're going far enough with it.
So let's look at this in two ways. One, do we want to have a fully fleshed out recommendation on improving education? I do know that that was something that you guys talked about, improve the hunter and landowner relationships with this additional education program. So the question is, do y'all want to have that as a fully fleshed out recommendation, and we can dive into it here and add the additional information, or we could table it?
So, question, Ian, in your Access Plus program, did you just make reference to One Montana or Master Hunter program, or did you flesh out and say specifically use that?
No, I didn't sole source anything. I think they have that group has a lot of exceptional content, and I think in the content development thing, I think that previous idea, I think, like, I'm fully recognizing that is an incredible burden to place on the shoulders of existing FWP staff. So my whole thought, and hopefully it came across, is that there would be you'd put out an RFP for, you'd solicit a proposal from a private company in any, Master Hunter, or maybe there's somebody that I've never heard of that does something better than One Montana or whatever, that they would assist the department along with a coalition or some sort of oversight committee, and they would do the heavy lifting in the program and be compensated for that. But One Montana would be their application, or their proposal would look very strong, I would think. So
Chuck, yeah, thank you, Ian. So Chuck, if this specifically said, develop a partnership with the Master Hunter program provided by One Montana to increase ethical hunters, or whatever, however we wanted to word that, would that solve what you're talking about?
Well, I think that would put some sideboards on it where it's not really blowing wide open. So let's put some verbiage like that in there and let us look at it. Whatever.
I switched to the last one so that you would see where that was. So what are we saying in here? Take the best parts of the ethical hunter programs that are now in use in Montana and combine them to create a program. So what, Druska, can you?
Now we're saying the recommendation is for FWP to partner with One Montana using their Master Hunter program to whatever it is we're asking in this. To improve hunter quality. And I don't know, maybe that sounds like there aren't any hunters out there that have quality, and that's not what is meant by that. But it would, I guess that is exactly what this recommendation is asking, is that FWP, you do not have to create the program because it's already out there. So partner with the creators of the program and utilize it as you see best within FWP guidelines.
So we may not want to limit that just to One Montana. I mean, there's probably some stuff that's taught in hunter safety courses, and there's that program you mentioned. I can't remember the name. I think it's really out of Hamilton.
Yes, I think so. And it was in
whatever that one is called. I think it's really a pretty good program.
It is. I think it kind of, somebody from Master Hunter did it.
Yeah, I like that. Let's not limit ourselves to One Montana. Let's add
Okay.
You know, 'cause there's some other stuff out there. So, but if we do that, I think that gives them some direction.
Okay.
I'm happier with.
It should, does the sentence make sense to you guys? FWP should partner with, as it should. With organizations such as One Montana using the Master Hunter program to improve hunter quality.
Okay, and then I think what Chuck's saying is that we're gonna have to figure out what the name of that other program is out of Hamilton and put that One Montana comma, the other program name.
And I need to change my sentence on here because it doesn't make sense. This program should increase a hunter's ability to have quality access to harvest as well. Okay.
And improve landowner-hunter relationships.
And Stephanie. I mean, Stacy. Stephanie, was it you first? Yeah. Sorry, Stacy.
I was just thinking we could do FWP should partner with organizations such as One Montana, using their various advanced hunter programs to improve hunter quality. And that way we don't have to be specific to the program.
Ravalli County Fish and Wildlife Association, I think is the right word for the other one.
But they called their program something specific, but I think you're on the right track with the
That's
group.
right. So their program's called Bitterroot Valley Hunter Enhancement.
Do we want to put the programs in like Stacy was mentioning, or?
I think
Well,
general is.
go ahead.
Oh. Go ahead.
I think Druska, then Ian.
Well, I didn't raise my hand properly, so if Stacy wants to go, she should.
No, that was just residual, sorry.
Okay. So we list organizations plural. And so we should say such as One Montana or Ravalli County or the Bitterroot one. Whatever Brent said, which I can't remember already.
Bitterroot, one word, how do?
Yeah.
Bitterroot is one word with 2 R's.
Yep.
It's Bitterroot Valley Hunter Enhancement Program. And I honestly don't know how well received that was and what their enrollment was. They had one 2 months ago.
I can also look back in my public comment and see if there was one other one mentioned. Yeah. But yeah, and then using their programs to improve hunter quality, which in turn will increase hunters' ability to have quality access to hunting harvest, and landowner relationships.
Other thoughts? Okay, Ian?
Would this be stronger as just that statement, or maybe we scroll down and I don't know if there's some good stuff that we're leaving out, or I think there's a lot of strength in that statement, if that's what you're getting at. Maybe it is kept simple.
Chuck? You're on mute. You're on mute, Chuck.
Could you please scroll back up to the red part there? And make just an idea, improve hunter ethics and quality, or
Sure.
something like that.
And hunter quality.
Improve hunter ethics and quality.
And hunter quality.
And hunter quality. What else? Scroll up. We should probably have it tied to some here, maybe a title.
So I think we put address quality access to harvest and improve stakeholder relationships in the intent.
Yeah, it says improve landowner hunter relationships, improve hunter quality. Do we want a title?
Would expanded hunter education work?
Sure.
What else do we need to talk on this one about?
Will you scroll down to the involvement, Kimberly?
Of course I can. Oh, I went too far. There we go.
Do we want to say this recommendation could create partnerships between FWP hunters and hunting organizations?
And we probably should take out the "my" in that last sentence. There would need to be a strong link to the communication in our mentioned or communication plan referred to in our other recommendations, something like that.
Just so you know, there's 5 minutes left.
Thanks, Deb. Anything else for this one? Yeah.
I don't want to derail this, but, or like, I'm just wondering, I would think it would be a benefit. So if there's it would be cool to see maybe in the description, just that, maybe FWP would have a list on their website of landowners that would allow access if hunters completed those programs. Would that, because then you'd be giving hunters a carrot if there's if they just were like a dashboard liaison, whatever, that just said the hunter to a landowner to just say, yes, if you guys went through one of these programs, I would allow access, and then hunters could go on, view that list, and then that would give them a carrot to take one of those courses.
Did you want a list of landowners or a list of hunters?
Landowners.
Okay.
Yeah, so if you said,
okay,
hey, I'll allow access, Druska will allow access if you take this program, then I as a hunter can say, well, shoot, I didn't hunt that property, so I'm gonna go through that program. That
got
provide
it.
the carrot.
Does this sentence capture it, Ian?
I think more or less, yeah.
Anything else on this one? Do you want me to call a vote? Okay. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should expand hunter education to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group?
Yes.
Thank you, Heath. This vote will determine if the recommendation expand hunter education should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for the vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation expand hunter education being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation expand hunter education being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying no. Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck.
Yep.
Druska.
Yes.
Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt. I think he stepped away. Is that correct? Matt, are you with us or Matt is not with us? Race.
Yes.
Scott T.
Yes.
Scott B.
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. I will circle back with Matt. Everyone else is in support. So our next recommendation is going to focus in on developing an education for non-agricultural community. I believe, Stacy, you were lead on this one.
Yep.
Okay, let me see if I can't get it pulled up. Okay. Okay, so this one's improve stakeholder relationships, recognize and reduce disease. So justification, we talked about this. This was previously about having that liaison component as well. So creating that liaison position that would help talk to non-agricultural landowner or to help non-agricultural community and landowner that are landowners, so they do not focus on agriculture in particular. And I will continue scrolling down so you're able to see the rest of the content. And Stacy, I will turn it over to you if you want to give us a little bit of background on the justification and the description and any comments you received from the sounding board.
So after we talked about putting the liaison position in this, I guess it adjusted it a little bit in my mind, especially with some of the comments we received, to focus more on the liaison, to be the educator, and essentially put it as amenity landowners, not non-agriculture, where I know, especially over here, the elk population is fairly new, and a lot of the landowners are ag related, but don't know what programs are available here. And because we don't even have the biologist, a lot of times we end up talking to the front desk person who has more, I guess, is more familiar with the deer and the bird hunting than the elk. A lot of times the elk stuff seems to fall by the way. So I kind of move this a little bit more to a liaison that could be the go-between between landowners who may not know what programs are available, as well as the amenity landowners who may or may not be on site and may not be aware of, you know, even the like the brucellosis and stuff. And I think that I kind of got that all put in here. It's literally been 2 weeks since I've read through this, so I'm kind of trying to get my thoughts gathered back around. So I guess we just want to go through it if anybody has any comments.
So that's open to the group. Just what do y'all need to talk about on this one? Juska.
So, you know, I wouldn't think this would be such a hard sell for FWP, because somebody was telling me, and I think I mentioned this last meeting because I got confused on recommendations, but that there used to be a position with FWP called a Landowner Technical Assistance Coordinator. And that's what they did, is go around and meet with landowners and help the biologist and, you know, make connections and talk about all kinds of issues. So, you know, the recommendation that we create a liaison, you know, is great because they had it once.
And that was one of the comments I received too, was about that program as well.
So what actions do we need to take on this one?
So can you scroll down to involvement? So when this was talked about in a different group I was in, there was a lot of pushback about local biologists because they have so much to do already, and that they could be a component of this. But the way that reads is, you know, they're going to have big responsibility in this. And so I think we could leave them out of it, or include the liaison position or something like that, but or assist the local biologist or something like that, because they sure didn't want to have one more thing on their plate.
So either assist or remove altogether. Stacy, what are your thoughts?
I was just thinking we could put FWP staff in parentheses liaison and landowners with maybe with advice from the local biologist.
Sure.
Does that capture it? Okay. Not hearing a lot. Don't know if you want to move forward or not, or if you want me to call a vote, or if you guys want to call a vote, or...
Can you scroll back up for a second, please?
How far up, Stacy?
I think I just wanted to read through the intent again. So
should probably tweak that a smidge.
What if we did in here put to create a liaison position to work with just landowners.
Yeah.
And create,
Those-
and then, yeah, landowners, and create a communication pathway between FWP and community partners.
And create a community or communication pathway.
The last part of that sentence, and create a communication pathway between FWP and community partners.
Can we say something about this would improve stakeholder relations and reduce disease or something along those lines?
Yeah, it could go towards mitigating disease, I guess.
How do you want to? Oh, well, those are the key. I'm only picking that because of
Yeah.
the issue.
Oh, gotcha. Yeah.
Okay, I wasn't making that up. Can somebody give me a sentence there real fast?
This could also improve stakeholder relationships and help mitigate disease.
Okay. What else?
You scroll down to justification.
Mm-hmm.
I guess I'd maybe put something in there under justification on just information. Trying to think of how to word it correct. Essentially, I want to say like an easier way for information to get out to landowners from FWP.
This would provide an easier way for information. What do others think? How can we rephrase that?
I guess as far as it being a problem, maybe information is not always easily accessible about landowner programs.
Juska.
So information is not always easily accessible or understood.
Yeah, that's a good point.
For landowner programs?
We could fall back on that community thing there again and just say accessible or understood on a community or because I'm not sure we're offering them a landowner program. I think programs might come into play, but mostly we're trying to talk them into, caring about their neighbor.
Would it be information is not always easily accessible or understood by landowners?
Yes, that's fine.
Perfect. Okay. And then Ian?
I'll probably jumping the gun on this, but as you're kind of talking about information, I don't know, it might be worth, there's the Montana Way document that I shared with the group that was prepared by One Montana that probably, getting that into the hands of landowners would probably be pretty pretty beneficial. Maybe down in the description, we could just add that there's I think what's the comment or the document's called The Montana Way by One Montana. You could just have another line that would just kind of reference that for. I think a lot of probably the intent would come across in that document if landowners read it, but I don't want to speak for other people.
Should I put it would amplify existing resources and in parentheses example, or do you want it as a separate sentence?
Just start underneath it to start. Underneath the red.
Underneath the red. Okay. So just a new sentence? Okay.
And just start with existing programs like the Montana Way with One Montana. Great, or let's see. Serve as a starting point for discussions or information, or let's see.
Should I put can serve or serve as? Can serve as or serve as?
Can serve as a starting point for discussions and information. Yeah, because basically that the Montana Way is like for a new landowner, how would you want them to behave in your community? So I'm sure it touches on things like weeds and your dogs or fencing, all the things that poor new landowners don't understand as much.
That's a really impressive document. Somebody put a lot of time into it. Just, highlighting it and getting it out in front of some people would be cool to see.
And maybe if we highlighted One Montana again, then FWP is really going to partner with them.
Okay. Let's circle back at the end and see what key themes and our recommendations are at points of contact. We can do that. Jessica, do you still have your hand up for some?
No, oh, no, I don't. I'm sorry.
What else do we need for this one?
Did we have the fiscal note where, because we would be creating a position? So is that a feasibility or?
Yeah, as you know, we would have to go through the legislature to get any new positions.
Okay, so then unintended consequence is legislative action.
May be required?
Will be required to create the new position.
We've got lots of hands up for that. Ian and then Brent.
I was gonna maybe point out that maybe the most direct way to get this accomplished is to maybe back in the description is to have something that liaison should coordinate with Montana Realtors Association. That might be a way to it might be the most direct route to impact those people that you're trying to get at, and try to provide a kind of a welcome pamphlet from FWP's perspective, maybe.
So the liaison
should, yeah.
With the realtors?
Montana Realtors Association.
Okay. Was there something else? You said like for a welcome wagon, but I don't know if you wanted me to.
Oh.
or leave it as just that? I just didn't want to miss what you're saying.
I guess to provide them information and resources, or educational resources.
Okay. And Brent?
I guess question for Deb. You mentioned, well, several mentioned, we used to have this position in FWP, a liaison like this. It took legislative action to get that position. What happened to it when it went away? Is that just an unfilled position that's vacant? Or
It
did it get
depends. Yeah, I'll look into where this one went. It really depends. Sometimes we lose the position if it's not filled after a certain amount of time, or it was repurposed to another position if we didn't think it was a necessary position. And I don't know what happened to this one. I've been with FWP 12 years now, and I don't remember this position being around since I've been here. So I don't know how long ago it went away.
Gotcha. That answers my question. If it's been that long, I'm sure it does not exist. Thanks.
What else? Are we comfortable with this one? Any other tweaks, changes, adjustments?
Let's move to a vote.
Okay. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation? Let me make sure at least, yes. Okay, as a title, I was about to say, oh. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation FWP landowner liaison to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group?
Yes.
Thank you, Stacy. This vote will determine if the recommendation FWP landowner liaison should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation FWP landowner liaison being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation FWP landowner liaison being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying no. I'm gonna scroll down to the description. Okay, Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck.
Yes.
Druska.
Yes.
Keith.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Thank you. Matt. Still not back with us, or Matt, are you back with us?
Oh.
Matt's not back with us. Okay. Race.
Yes.
Okay. Scott T.
Yes.
Scott B.
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
Perfect. Okay. So everyone said yes. I will circle back with Matt, unless I missed something. Assuming I did not miss anybody. Okay, so our next one to talk about is going to be the creating the A9 tag bundle. So I have the version that was sent to the sounding board. I don't know what comments or feedback you guys received on this one. So let me know if there are any. We should probably identify some key issues, and then we can circle back to the intent of the recommendation and the justification. We did tweak this last time when we sent it to the sounding board, so you guys should be a little bit familiar of what we presented overall. So I will save the content for Matt and Scott, but I think Matt's gone. So Scott, it will be all you. And Scott, you have your hand raised.
I was just getting ready to talk about that when you were done.
Perfect.
So let me know when.
Kick it off.
So I didn't get a lot of public comment on this. I probably got maybe 4 or 5 emails. They went from a couple of them that were, yay, this is a great idea, to a couple of them that said, no, boo, this is a terrible idea. So since they were kind of on either side, I kind of just left it the way it was, because I kind of feel like where it's at is pretty much in the middle, in my opinion. So that's why there's really no revision as far as revision based on feedback from the sounding board. There were a couple of things that I think that we could add in there that people, that people are going to be a little upset. They gave me some ideas and proposed these as alternatives to this idea, but I think they're things that could be added on as riders to this idea instead. So when we get going, I'll mention those, but let's just open it up for discussion at this point, I guess.
Thanks, Scott.
I ended up getting a public comment on this, and it led me to believe that they didn't understand that this isn't a landowner tag, it's a private land tag. So I don't know if we need to clarify anything or just tell them to reread it, but
I got that impression from the public comment today too, that it's being misread, and I don't know where they're getting that or where miscommunication lies, but
maybe we can put at the bottom just a note. What would you like to say? Or somewhere else. I didn't mean to say it specifically needs to be like a note at the end. You guys just said you didn't know where you wanted to put it, so.
Well, the statement would be, this is a private land only tag, not a landowner tag. That's the clarification.
Or this is a tag for use on private land only, not a landowner tag.
But a landowner could get one of these tags, couldn't he?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay, gotcha.
Do you want to leave it as a note like that?
Works for me.
Clarification? Okay. Oh, Chuck's, yes.
Maybe
Yeah,
you
so
could say,
sorry, Scott.
No, I was just saying, maybe you say a landowner could purchase one of these, just like, because it's something you buy. It's not being given to landowners. It's, you purchase it just like the sportsmen purchase it.
Perfect.
Yeah, so under description, it's pretty clear. It says FWP will issue or sell cow tags for private land only. We're already saying it down there, so I don't know where that's coming from. It doesn't hurt to say it twice. If it seems to be an issue, let's go ahead and clarify it. But Scott and Matt have already made it clear, in my view. So I like this. I really like this a lot. This is a very good proposal.
Go ahead, Brent.
I was just looking to see if that change you and I had discussed, I think by email or phone, was in there, and it's not quite. It was slightly up. If you can scroll up a little more, right there. This is in the intent section, second bullet. I talked to Scott about this, and we'll see if he's still on board. But the intent of the recommendation is obviously to decrease elk numbers on private lands. But I felt like that second sentence, we could sell that a little different. I mean, we want to push these elk back to public lands. And I don't think we necessarily have to claim that as an unintended consequence. I think we can claim that as an expectation of this recommendation would be that elk may return more to public land. So I would propose strike unintended consequence, and you can write an expectation. If that's all right with the folks who drafted this. I think Scott was not against it.
No, I think you're right, Brent. Anytime you can make something sound like that's your intent rather than an accident, that's what we want.
Okay. And then Ian?
I submitted this comment to you, Scott, and I don't, it'd kind of be going back to the drawing board or maybe complicating things a little bit, but I'm wondering, does the current B tag structure, so we wouldn't be changing anything with the B tag structure? So there'd be just as many people with B tags on public that as private. I guess I personally feel like some of the issue that we're, especially with all the new non-resident tags that are issued, I guess I have no problem with, taking care of the problem where it exists, but I think that we're adding fuel to the fire with, kind of like the unlimited issuance of B tags that can be valid on public land. And I'd like to throw that out there somehow, that I think we should throttle back the B tags that are valid on public land.
Sure. I don't have an issue with that at all, Ian. The only thing, my initial response to that was, and correct me if I'm wrong, a B tag would only be valid for the general season. So this A9 tag would be good for our shoulder season that falls in between the two seasons, and it would be useful for after the season. If we want to put verbiage in here that says, reduce the number of B tags, my gut reaction is I don't have a problem with that. I do think though that your B tag hunters, are just going to be your general season public land hunters, and that I don't think does the B tag apply? Well, it wouldn't apply to a shoulder season, or would it? Would you be able to use a B tag for the shoulder season?
I should know that, but I don't really hunt cows.
I think you can. I'll look into that, but I'm almost positive you can.
Yes, you can.
Right.
I'm looking at
Yes, you could, but it would still be only on private land because that's the stipulation of the shoulder season.
Yeah. I guess the only thing I'm pointing it out, this is, I guess I'd say it's clarified that it's opinion, but I think having an unlimited structure, I'm very much for permitted cow hunts on public land, where you put in for a draw, biologists look at it and they say, yes, this district can sustain X number of cow harvests. That's predominantly going to be on public land, whatever. There's an opportunity for people to apply for it. But in areas where we're having issues, I think unlimited cow harvest on B tags in areas over objective, I think it's only the effects that landowners are feeling, I think, are only kind of exaggerated by public land cow harvest, where I think if you took the pressure off of public land and then you went this route, I think, man, something I can really get behind. But
let me throw this out there, because this is why I raised my hand. So one of the suggestions that I got, I think it was for somebody associated with BHA, was looking at the way they do it with some other species like antelope, where someone who draws an A tag is automatically given a free B tag. And I don't see that as an alternative to this, because like numerically where I live, that's only 100 B tags. That's not enough cows to be significant. But I don't think it would be bad as a rider onto this recommendation. In other words, maybe that would be the suggestion, and that would help. We're concerned about the B tags. Have the B tags be given to the people that draw an A tag in a limited entry area. That would be a restriction on your B tags.
Yeah, because then I think the logic behind that, and there's probably some sense to it, is that you're not creating any more pressure, because that hunter is out there. He's creating the pressure already, and he might reduce a cow elk, but
sure,
with the current
my problem with that was just as an alternative to what we've already done. You're looking at antelope, which they give 10, 13,000 tags for, and an area that's got too many elk where you get 80 tags or 100 tags. It's just not enough to be significant.
Let's get Heath and Chuck. I think they wanted to add to this conversation, and then circle back to how we want to go forward.
So I got the same feedback, Scott, regarding the cow tag. If you drew a bull permit, like you, I don't think it makes any difference. You're talking 100 or maybe a couple hundred tags, and most people, I think, that draw a permit are out there to try to kill a bull. That's why they're there, and I don't know that many people are willing to waste their time packing a cow out, or dealing with the cow elk. That could be depending where you're at, that could be a 2-day venture.
Yeah.
I think it has almost no impact, and it's more of a feel-good thing than anything.
I agree.
Not that it necessarily hurts anything. It's like you're talking, it's 50 to 100 tags, maybe less depending on the unit. So I think that's
that harvest would be insignificant.
Yeah, it's more of like a cutesy proposal than actually doing anything.
Okay, Chuck.
Hey, Scott, is this, the way I read this, this tag would be valid, at least for now, only in over objective areas. Is that? Yeah, and I think Ian's worried about, killing elk up in his country when there's no elk left to kill.
Yeah, I think that was the idea, was to just limit this to the areas where we had too many elk. I don't see any reason to do this for anywhere else.
I don't either. And, the verbiage that's in here continues to refer to over objective areas. And maybe we need to strengthen that, but, in areas that are not over objective, then left, we don't need to have extra opportunities, you might say, or extra tags. So, but
I think Ian's concern is in over objective areas, keeping all the elk on private land, because you've got a bunch of B tag holders running around on the public ground all the time too.
Okay.
Yeah, that was my intent. I never thought it was, I'm not. Yeah, this doesn't have any bearing on Northwest. It was the thought process there is there's a herd of 10 elk that's sitting on public land. A cow hunter shows up, he shoots one of those 10 elk, but the remaining 9 ends up on Scott's property. Since there's 9 elk instead of 10, is that better, or would those 10 elk be better if they stayed on public ground? That's the point that I'm trying to get across.
But these are private land tags, right? I mean,
correct. I guess I'm saying back up and do, like, I guess if I was king for a day, it would be rename the current B tags, and this is probably a little bit too radical, but rename the current B tags to this A9 bundle. Don't go out and have a free-for-all on cow elk on public land. Even if the area is over objective, if those cow elk are staying on public land, or if those elk are on public land, that's not really a problem. The problem is when they leave and show up on private, in my opinion.
If that got this through, Ian, I would not have an issue with that. I would give that up to get this the way it is. I shouldn't say that without Matt's opinion on it, but I mean, yeah, if all the cow elk ran to the forest, that'd be great.
Well, we've issued more and more and more cow tags, and the problem seems to be getting worse and worse and worse in the state. And I'm just kind of going back to the beginning, is have we partially contributed to the problem by excessive pressure on public land? We pissed off the whole state by, pick your weapons to decrease pressure, but we still have a lot of pressure on public land with cow tags. That's what I'm saying or bringing up.
So do we want to add the verbiage in this somewhere in the description that says Fish and Game to assess reducing B tags in over objective areas, something to that tasks Fish and Game with looking into that some more, looking at the option of reducing those B tags on.
Do you want me to put it in the description or when we talk down here? Is this and the limitations or unintended consequences, or do you want it in the specific in the description?
Ian, what do you think?
maybe an unintended consequences. I'd personally like to see it a little bit stronger statement, but I would like to see that, hey, we call it an A9 tag, so it differentiates the other B tags that are by permit only, but basically rename all the over-the-counter B tags to an A9 bundle, and that then those tags are only valid on private land, and we're taking care of the problem where the problem exists, instead of potentially creating a pressure scenario that exacerbates the problem for the private landowner.
Okay. How about this, Scott? Why don't you repeat your sentence of FWP assesses, and we'll see if we want it here, there. And I know that Ian has tweaked and changed that statement. Then we'll get Stephanie and then Brent.
I think so. Let's make it FWP to look into rolling existing over-the-counter B tags into the A9 tag. And reducing the special draw B tags. That can be worded better, but that's the gist of it.
Maybe I think the biologists are probably already looking at levels on B tags. I don't know. The only beef that I have out there is that just an unlimited cow tag that is valid on public land. So I don't know if you need to have that last sentence personally.
So just end the sentence at A9 tag. How's that?
Okay, so let's get Stephanie, Brent, and Chuck, and then we'll talk about if we want it here or in the unintended consequences or limitations or wherever, and if we want it in the description or whatnot. So Stephanie, then Brent, then Chuck.
I like this. I like this proposal a lot. I think it's a solution to the elk that are on private, and getting access to those and pushing them off to the public as well. I do like this thing being up there, what's in red right now, that disclosure kind of. I like that being up in the description. I think to Ian's sentiment, like we definitely need to reduce the number of people who are just buying a B tag. We've got, I mean, in my area, we have a lot of folks because our B tags are unlimited, and it's a cheap elk hunt. So we've got a lot of folks who just come out here from other states and, stomp around again, just what little public access we have. So it makes it's just extra pressure. So it's really looking at those unlimited tags opportunities, and maybe focusing them. So I mean, just rolling the over-the-counter B tags into the A9, I just want to make sure that that's understood what we're trying to do, because that sounds like, will there be any other B tags, or will those all become special draws? What does that look like? I feel like it needs clarification, and I don't know what that looks like. It just is kind of confusing to me what we mean by rolling all of the existing over-the-counter B tags. So does that mean there will be no more unlimited tags available over the counter? Is that what you're going for, Ian?
So I guess take the unlimited portion of the B tags, turn those into A9. You'd probably have to take one step back, and the B tags would just only be by permit special draw. If a district had unlimited tags, you'd probably need to allocate a certain amount of, say 300 cow tags, and that would be by draw, and that would be valid for public land. But the free for all kind of scenario that's created, that there's no, that if the problems aren't existed, you can keep stepping up that threshold of permit tags. But once elk start leaving public land altogether, there's that ability to throttle that down that's not available with an unlimited tag.
Okay, that's all.
we better put in there that that's existing over the counter resident B tags also.
I would want obviously non-residents in that too. I like I was explaining at the folks out here, we just see a lot of pressure from, you know, the neighboring states that are out here, and they go and pick up an over-the-counter B tag, and then again put that pressure on public because they're unlimited. So even non-residents can get as many as they want. So it would be looking at, you know, public land B tags being like in a drawing, and this would, you know, lessen the B tags given out on public.
So not trying to jump in line here, but real quick, we had brought up, you know, a few meetings ago, Paul Ellis called in and talked about making it to where you can't, as a non-resident, can't buy a cow tag unless you already hold a combo license. Is that something we could interject here? Because that would solve that problem.
Well, I don't know. Like, I guess I don't have any issue with a land or with resident coming here and helping out with the over objective problem. Sorry, a non-resident coming here and helping out with an over objective problem, but to add pressure to public land and possibly exasperate the situation, that's where I see the issue is. So if you cleaned up this, I think the other that you're just talking about would fix itself. But
I guess what I would suggest, I'm sorry, I'm going out of turn. Maybe on that sentence, put FWP to look into rolling existing over-the-counter resident and non-resident B tags into the A9 and consider a special drawing for public land B tags. Or either land. I guess it wouldn't just be good on public. So you would want it good on private too, but consider a special drawing for B tags.
Okay, and did you want the public or?
That are valid on all lands, including public.
All lands that are including public?
Yes.
Okay.
That just makes more sense to me, to make those a special draw, and that because that would reduce it, and then it would also kind of cap that non-resident pressure. But the A9 tags I would see as any resident or non-resident would be able to purchase as many as they want, or not as many as they want, but the bundle.
Perfect. Okay, let's get Brent, Druska, and Chuck, because I think we're pushing time here. So Brent, Druska, Chuck.
I guess just a couple of quick comments. One to Ian on this. In these areas that are over objective, the general elk license allows hunting of antlerless elk in almost every area over objective already. So I realize the B licenses are a different issue, but there's already going to be a significant number of hunters with a general license hunting public lands. So whether it'll address excessive pressure, perhaps the B license restriction will be enough. I'm kind of gun shy now to reduce opportunity from hunters anymore. And I do, having said that the general tag is good for cows, if we're trying to really restrict cow harvest now on public lands, I think that we're going to see some objection to that from the public. As written, as right now, it's probably going to be all right. But if we get too aggressive against restricting more opportunity against cow elk on public, I think you'll see more pushback there. Otherwise, I really like this proposal. It's a good idea.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Thank you. Let's get Druska, Chuck, and Heath.
So I like the A9 bundle, but now with all the B tag talk, which I don't always follow because I'm not a hunter, are we putting too much pressure on private now?
I don't think so, because you're still going to have landowners that know their property, know the size, know where the elk are, and if it's too much pressure, then people will just get turned away. I think that fixes itself.
But if they get turned away, that's still many more interactions now that that private landowner is going to have with hunters. And does that defeat our purpose in trying to, I don't know, whatever we're trying to do? I don't know. I see this as being a little problematic, not enough to vote against it, but problematic.
Do you want me to capture that in the unintended consequences? This may increase hunters.
Pressure on private land? Yeah, that's
The only tool we have to reduce elk populations is hunters.
Yes.
And if we're gonna complain about too many elk on private land specifically, the only way we can combat that is if we,
yeah,
you know, like there's no other real option there.
Understood.
And I hear what you're saying, Druska, and I don't disagree with you. I can just say, speaking for myself, this is the tool that I want to see people have in their pocket when they come and ask me if they can hunt.
Okay.
Are we comfortable with this sentence? This may increase hunters contacting private landowners to hunt.
Sure.
Okay, Chuck, Heath, and Stephanie. I'm going to try to move you guys fast, and I know that's not always fun.
Okay, so go back up to the
Of course.
A9 proposal. Will that limit non-residents significantly? Let me continue. I like Heath's idea. It's really simple. And here's what's happening. Well, for one thing, we're getting we just got a comment in today from a guy that says he's tired of going out hunting and there's a whole bunch of Washington State plates there. Those guys are out there hunting cow elk on public land. The chairman of the commission told me that she is tired of going out to hunt and seeing all sorts of non-residents out there hunting cows on public land. So I think it's a great opportunity for us to limit the non-resident cow elk hunter. Here's what's happening. The people are putting in for the draw. They're not getting that tag, so they're coming and they're hunting cow elk here. Now, if this sentence we're looking at precludes that from happening, I'm fine. If not, let's give some thought to what Heath mentioned of you got to have a general license before you can hunt a cow. And that's, I just want to make sure that we're doing what really people want us to do without limiting the resident hunter.
I'm just quick addressing that. I think that's why I added and consider a special draw for B tags that are valid on all lands, including public. Because I would assume a non-resident, if they wanted to buy this A9 bundle, they would want to make sure that they already had access secured before just purchasing an A9 bundle.
And also, if you make it a drawing, if I'm not right on this, correct me, Deb, but if you make it a drawing like this, then you've already limited your non-residents to 10%.
Correct.
So you have the A9 tag available for non-residents to try to get in when they do their application, because everything's an application for them. So they get the A9 tag during the application process in the wintertime, and then yeah.
So let's quickly get Heath, Stephanie, and then Ian, and then maybe we can see if we're ready for a vote. So Heath.
Yeah, so I agree with what we got here. It looks pretty good right now. I think a lot of the comment we heard this in the last week is, or at least that I heard, was, we're talking about limiting residents, but potentially not affecting non-residents as much with the pick your weapons type stuff. I do think that it's more palatable to people of the state to potentially, see a reduction in non-resident cow tags. And so that's why I brought up the idea that Paul Ellis had regarding the only being able to purchase a cow tag if you already possessed a combo tag. Also, we don't want to limit the biologist's ability to do their job and end up with a bunch more over objective units because we don't have cow elk hunting on public at all. So I think we need to make it clear that, the biologists can do what they need to do to make sure they manage the herds appropriately. But this A9 tag specifically talks about private land and how we're going to manage that. And if the biologists feel like they need to have 100 B tags for the unit, that's a separate thing. That's their discretion.
Just letting you guys know it's time.
Okay. So Heath, do we need to add anything statement wise into the recommendation, or are you set? And then can we get Stephanie and Ian?
I have no idea.
I feel a timeline and okay.
Sorry, on that topic of the time, I guess I was going to throw out there, maybe we vote on this, because I think it's really good and I think it can address a lot of the issues that are out there. But kind of like our other ones, we have this to fall back onto, but maybe we do a little bit of back and forth cleanup off, behind the scenes, and see if there's any of these things that
So hold this one for next time.
Well, I'd say we vote on this as is. I think this is a pretty good proposal as is, but we could probably stand a little bit more wordsmithing potentially off the record, if that.
As long as it doesn't change the intent. So it'd be mostly proofreading and making sure that we stay within the intent. And I would like to hear what Stephanie had before we pass over as well. But let's hear from Deb, because she just went off on camera.
Well, I was just going to say something similar, Kimberly and Ian, both of you. I was going to echo. We're going to have 90 minutes for the last four, so that means about 22 minutes apiece. I think if Kimberly cleans all these up and removes, accepts all the changes, and at the end we have 1 or 2 volunteers per recommendation to make sure it's just cleaned up, and you guys use track changes so the rest of the group can see what was changed, so everybody can just get another set of eyes on it to make sure that the intent hasn't changed. I think that's doable. I think you guys could vote on this now, and you guys could rescind your votes or re-vote later if you really think the intent has changed.
Stephanie?
I just want a quick clarification. So this comes with 3 carcass tags for cow elk, obviously. Is that in addition to your A tags, so you would then effectively be able to harvest up to 4 elk a year?
Ed nods, Heath's nodding, Matt's nodding.
I guess if you wanted to burn your either sex tag and shoot another cow elk when you can already shoot 3 with your A9 tag, I guess you could.
So you could shoot 4 cow elk
in theory, you could.
Okay, perfect. Sounds good. Love it.
Okay, so I'm just going to roll with this. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation, create an A9 tag bundle to FWP on behalf of the elk? Quickly, just highlight one of these for me. I'm going to say it's address, quality,
and redistribution of elk and hunters.
Okay.
You put
the wrong one.
That's a good one too.
Yeah, that's true. You could leave all of the top 3 could be part of it.
Top 3. Okay. I'm glad we've got full support. Thank you for catching that. Can you guys quickly add? I know it says reduce populations here. Can we just do a quick sentence just so that we can have it on the record here as well? Not just increasing harvest, but the redistribution portion in particular. Quick sentence.
It's kind of implied in the sentence right above your bullet that we're moving the elk back onto public land. Well, I guess I was trying to say that it's probably already all there.
Yeah, the disease is, and the redistributing elk is.
Yeah, it's there.
Okay. I'm going to highlight.
Yeah.
Okay.
Highlight return more elk onto public land, thereby increasing public land hunting opportunities.
Yes. Can I do that? Are you guys comfortable with that?
Yes.
Yeah.
Okay. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation, create an A9 tag bundle to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group?
Yes.
Thank you, Stephanie. Okay, I'm going to scroll down to the description. This vote will determine if the recommendation, create an A9 tag bundle, should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation, create an A9 tag bundle being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation, create an A9 tag bundle being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying no. Aaron.
Yes.
Okay, Brent.
Yes.
Chuck.
Yep.
Druska.
Yes.
Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Grace.
Yes.
Scott T.
Yes.
That B.
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
And Stephanie.
Yes.
All in support and present.
Guys, I just have to take this quick call, but I will start the timer when you start this next one, and then I just have to take this call and I'll be back in about 5 minutes.
No problem. Okay, so our next recommendation is improve communication.
I think that's me.
Yes, it is.
So out of our, I don't know, maybe it was 2 meetings ago, but anyway, we were talking about the videos that FWP has on their website already about how hunters interact with landowners and where to find those videos and the different programs to create the desired hunter behaviors, or not just hunters, the desired landowner hunter behaviors. So we created a communication recommendation. And in that same conversation, it was when he talked about, exchanging a skill you have with a landowner to have access. And so that part is in the intent. And I know in the past we've had, somebody recommend the do's and don'ts, so do this, but don't do this. So that one was for hunters from a landowner perspective, and we added to that. Also do it for the hunters for, let's see, where did I say that? So that, yes, the point is, okay. So the bottom line is that a lot of this stuff is in place with the exception of listing. So, from the landowner perspective, we talked about honesty about who's in your party and don't bait with kids. Don't expect the landowners to do the callbacks. Good marksmanship. Worry about trespass. Honesty about type of animal you are hunting. Call early, not the day of, and barter your specific skill set. So that could be the bullet list for landowners. We need to create one for hunters. I don't know that we have to do that right today, but that would be an expectation that goes with this recommendation. And so we talked about how you could, anyway, the different pieces that are out there and accessing. And so what this recommendation would also want FWP to look into is, I think when people access their website, they have no intention for the most part of looking at any of their videos. And if anybody does YouTube music, one of the things you have to do to get to your song is listen to a 5-second ad. And you can't get to the song without listening to the ad unless you pay for YouTube. And so what if, a suggestion then in this recommendation is when you go to FWP, for anything, there's a quick little PSA or, link that takes you to some of these things we're talking about. And you can't go any farther on FWP unless you do that. That might be taken a little too far, but I think that social media isn't accessed enough by FWP, and I don't think what they think is accessible is as accessible as it should be. So within the recommendation are the things that say, put it out there, make it easier. And if you need to do, so most of the content's there in the videos that they have. They might need to create more content, which would require a videographer maybe, and that would be maybe an expense. But you could institute this recommendation pretty quickly because they already have content. So it's how you put the content out there and how easy you make it happen. And so the recommendation is they have the authority to do this. They should look at how their content is displayed and make it easier.
Let's open it up for discussion.
And I went fast because of time.
Thank you so much, Scott.
I'm sorry to be the one to do this, but as you were scrolling, I just noticed in the description that the first 3 words are F this recommendation. I think we could do something about that right away.
Whoa.
Good catch.
Hey, thanks, Scott.
I needed a laugh.
Yep.
Any other changes? Stephanie.
I think the only thing I would change is just instead of use the word barter, maybe use offer your specific offer. It just sounds a little, I don't know, less abrasive or something. I don't know.
Gotcha. So replace barter.
Scott.
Under description, on the very last sentence on X, just erase the Y. Unless that's how it is.
I don't know how you spell it.
I don't know either.
Spell check. Stephanie.
It's O-N and then a capital X.
Okay, cool.
And did you have anything else, Stephanie? Okay. Anybody else? Stephanie.
I move we vote on this one.
Okay, thank you. Before we do that, and thank you for doing that, can we let me do a quick check. Can we do a quick tie to address quality access and improve stakeholder relationships? Either at the beginning or the end of this one. Can we do a quick something?
Do the highlights not do that? Or are those not going to get included?
So the highlights, when I make the template that actually gets sent to FWP, I'm not going to have these as listed there. So it's going to be a sentence. Yeah, so I just want you to pull that down if you don't mind, and I don't want to write it for you.
So at the end of, excuse me.
Oh, no, that was just a confusion with a lot of them. I thought that got remained, but that clears it up for me.
It was easier at first. Somebody wanted to have the key items up top, then the recommendation, then the intent. So we did it that way, but the section of the intent is just to capture it so that we can have it in a statement. And Jusko, were you going to say something?
At the end, in the intent at the very end, you could just say that this recommendation will improve stakeholder relationships and quality access to harvest. I think those were the.
Thank you. Okay, so
and we probably, do we have a title?
We do. It's this.
Okay. if somebody wants to has better wording on that title to make it more concise. Or we could leave it, it doesn't matter.
I guess folks are comfortable leaving it. I'm guessing. Okay. Oh, that's gonna be a fun one. Okay. It's gonna be a long title for me to read, so bear with me for a moment. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation? Improve accessibility to FWP's videos, programs, PSAs, etc. that promote the desired behaviors between landowners and hunters to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group.
Yes.
Thank you, Scott. This vote will determine if the recommendation improve accessibility of FWP videos, programs, PSAs, etc. That promote the desired behaviors between landowners and hunters should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by a verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation. Improve accessibility to the FWP videos, programs, PSAs, etc. that promote the desired behaviors between landowners and hunters being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes. Or if you do not support the recommendation, improve accessibility to the FWP videos, programs, PSAs, etc. that promote the desired behaviors between landowners and hunters being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Aaron. Aaron? Here, but not here. So we will send Aaron an email. Brent.
Yes.
Thank you. Chuck.
Yes.
Druska.
Yes.
Okay. Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes. Yes,
Matt.
sorry.
Matt. Might have stepped away for a moment. Okay. Race.
Yes.
Okay. Scott T.
Yes.
Scott V.
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. I have all in favor except for Aaron and Matt that we'll reach out to afterwards. Okay. Okay. So the next recommendation is going to be annual stakeholder meeting. I believe this is one of Chuck's. Pull that up. So this one here. Improve stakeholder relationships for the annual stakeholder meeting. We briefly talked about this one last time. I don't know what your comments or feedback was from the sounding board. I'll just scroll down. We might want to maybe include some people and organizations, or if any of these need to be filled out, we'll consider those along the way. But I will turn it over to you, Chuck, to provide us with your insights on this one.
So I got nothing but positive feedback on this, and it wasn't a lot of it, but it was positive. It was the right thing to do. On the title, I would like that probably should be changed. I think we would just strike annual, because it and then pluralized meeting. Just go stakeholder meetings, because I don't know how that's going to shake out. I would hope there's more than one a year, but that leaves that a little open. It doesn't tie it down to one meeting a year. As we go down, intent, justification, I think I'm good with all those. And look, this will be open for your discussion, just give you my thoughts. When we get to the description, I have not heard from the Montana Wildlife Federation. For now, I would like to strike them and add in their place the Montana Sportsman for Fish and Wildlife. So that would be the MTSFW. That is not to limit a group, but we will need a initial group to get this thing off the ground and started. So the Sportsmen for Wildlife were very eager to be involved in this. So I wanted to put them in there. And as time goes on, I think that the thing will grow. We'll probably try to keep it where we have equal representation from both the sportsman and the landowner side. But that will be up to the people that draw up the rules. So I'm fine with that section. I need some guidance on people and organizations. This will be, I guess, anything we come up with here is forwarded, and if we pass it, is forwarded off to Montana Fish, Wildlife, and Parks. But what are they going to do with that? I don't think it's in the best interest of this proposal that, and no offense, but that FWP probably shouldn't be the people that lead the charge on this. They should probably be in the room. They should probably be listening and probably offering technical assistance where necessary. I think we will eventually need a independent moderator to to keep the thing rolling and keep it on course and keep it positive, much like this group. So, and look, I don't know quite how to say this, but if this thing's going to get started, I think me or somebody from this group is going to have to stay with it, or at least be a liaison to the Fish and Game and to these other groups to get it rolling. And then it should take a life of its own. So I don't know quite how to handle that, but I think it could die on the vine if this group doesn't promote it from within. So I'll say it that. Timeline. I think that the initial meeting should be prior to the legislative session. Subsequent meetings should be determined by mutual agreement of the parties involved. Moving men into FWP authority, I don't think there's any problem there. There should be no, I mean, there's obviously no authority needed other outside of the scope of FWP. That's really a non-issue. I don't see unintended consequences, anything but positive. Maybe you will come up with some of those. And feasibility of implementation. Yeah, pretty feasible. I think this, with just a little guidance, this will actually happen. So that's my take and my additions and amendments. So open for questions if there are any.
So you've got several hands up, and then I think I'll circle back with you. So Stephanie, Ian, and then Druska.
The only thing I would change on this is I would not limit it to these groups per se. I would invite some more folks to the table that have a little broader range. Like Montana Bowhunters Association, for instance, they're pretty middle ground, aren't super political. MOGA would probably be one that would want to be at the table. You know, I would reach out to a couple of the other big players, especially in the legislative session. And I know those two groups are pretty active, as well as the stock growers, BHA, and I'm sure MWF will come around too. They just might not be available. But I would like to add Montana Bowhunters and MOGA.
And MOGA.
Montana Outfitters and Guides Association. I think just the more diverse and dynamic group could be kind of similar to like this group. It just seems like that way, you know, the voice of the sportsman or the voice of the landowners isn't leaning, more voices at the table a little bit more.
Do we want to question? Do we want to say representatives from landowners and hunters, such as, and give these as examples, or do we want these to be the specific ones?
Well, I have no intention of slamming the door on anyone, but I also don't want it to be overwhelmed by one side or the other. So I think that I think we would be fine with those groups that we've got down. Maybe we could go, such as would be. What do you think of that, Stephanie? Such as?
I think that's good. That way, you know, if you ever were to expand it, but maybe just this is the start. I really see this as a positive thing, super positive thing that, you know, if folks can get together prior to the legislative session, there wouldn't be, you know, so much contention in the room, you know, they can work together. So.
Yeah, I don't want it to look like we are trying to exclude anyone here. So that's so far I'm good. I think Wildlife Federation would probably come around. If they do, then I think we probably want another landowner group on there. See, this thing is gonna take some guidance as we start making phone calls and saying, look, can you come to a meeting and let's get this thing going? It's gonna take a little bit of guidance to get it off the ground. So the more input we can get here today, the better product we'll have coming out.
So quick question. I want to circle back on what you were saying earlier, Chuck. You wanted a balance between hunters and landowners. So do you want me to specifically write in a balance of hunter and landowners, representatives from the organizations such as, or just leave it representatives from organizations such as? So I don't know if you want that specifically listed, as there should be a balance before I move on to Ian, Druska.
Yeah, that should be good thought. That should be listed so that we don't, so that doesn't look like one person is saying, no, you can't come, saying you can come, but bring a counterpart from another side with you.
Okay. And then I'll circle back on one other question, but let's get Ian and Druska. And I thought there was a third person, but let's do Ian and Druska.
Oh, yeah, I was just on that. I don't know if RMEF or that new Citizen Elk Management Coalition. I don't know how the list could probably go on and on.
you can, and I thought about them. I thought about Safari Club International. So there's lots of potential there. I think when this goes out,
you could do it in et cetera at the end of that, or
well,
I
yeah.
was kind of thinking the main players, and kind of my thought was when I looked through this, I'm kind of thinking of the main players in the legislative session, the folks who are there and speaking on all of these bills. And, you know, like our MEF, as much as I like them, they've been pretty absent, not really giving a whole lot of opinions or guidance or really getting involved in the session. Trust me, I love that organization, think it's great. But I think I'm looking at the big players who are at the legislative session, and there's grinding, like they just their viewpoints are also different. So if they could meet before and kind of understand both sides of the story, so that's kind of where I was looking at this bill would really help solve smoother legislative sessions, less craziness. Even as we witnessed with the proposal that we got all the feedback on, you have these polar opposites. And so if they could work together like our group has, I have just seen this group be such a win because we are so diverse, and really coming together to, find some middle ground. I think that's kind of the way I was looking at it when I was picking them, but it could be totally wrong and off base. Sorry, Chuck.
So I'm gonna keep in. Can I jump? Oh, Chuck, can I jump in real quick, or you can do it?
Yep.
When I'm seeing this, one thing that I want you to look at, and how Stephanie's mentioning the ledge component in particular, what is FWP's role? Is it providing support, and is it providing support for these organizations to coordinate their legislative initiatives? That would be something when we talk about those mutual concerns that you guys might want to unpack, and if that's in the space that FWP would want to be in. So what is their role and what does that look like? But I also see that Deb is off camera, so I will turn it over to her as well.
I was just going to address what Ian asked, that ELK coalition, by that's a bunch of different people that is run by MWF. And Stephanie, if you were thinking about people or groups that were really active in the legislative session, MWF is probably there more than any of these other groups. So just letting you know.
That's why I figured they would come around MWF. Really, you could probably put UPalm on this list as well. I know that they're very active during the legislative session. These seem to be the ones that I've interacted most when I've done legislative work.
Yeah. So do we want to expand? Let's get Druska, Heath, and then Ian.
So a question, Chuck, is the intent of this to be legislative?
No, not necessarily. The intent of it is what's called relationship building. Okay. It's just like, I'll just give an example. Back in my outfitter days, we had all sorts of problems with one of the forests. I'm not going to go into more detail than that. We took a bunch of those people on a pack trip into the wilderness, and we sat around the fire and whittled and spit like you're supposed to do when you're in the mountains. And the last day we started talking about issues, but that's after we learned about their kids and their, where they go to school and where they might go to church, or, just about what the people are. And we started treating each other differently, and we started solving problems. I just saw it work so strongly that I think it could work here. I'm hesitant to have too many groups initially. Mm-hmm. And then I think we could get a little bogged down. So I'm cautious about that. I'm also cautious not to exclude people. So I'm struggling with this just a little bit. I think we're okay yet, but if we keep adding too many right away, I think we might start out with, look, this is hopeless. We're not getting anywhere. So no, that, it's way more than the legislature. Probably the bigger one is the commission, where we go to the commission on season settings and things like that, and we're at loggerheads right there in the room, and we've never even talked to each other. We just know
Right.
that somebody stands up to testify. Well, we don't agree with them even before we hear what they say. So there could be some strength in this. So that's where I'm coming from, Bruce.
So what if you added something that said initially this group, would be smaller, and we would branch out as we define our purpose, or something like that, because that might give you the pass on when some group says, why weren't we invited?
You guys have 5 minutes.
I think
5
we have
minutes.
that in that last line, basically, don't we, Drewska?
Yeah.
But you said you had 4 founding groups, and that's not what it seems like when you start listing.
Right. Yeah, I agree. I think we should start with 4 founding groups, 2 on each side, to develop some relationships before we start expanding that.
Agreed.
'Cause if we start with more, it's going to turn into, like guys picking sides and start, we can start teaming up, and it could just never get anywhere. I think the smaller we start, the better.
Agreed. And then the other question I had, is this purposely excluding agencies?
Yeah.
Okay.
Yeah, except for FWP and their role, it does take some definition. They need to be in the room, but they don't need to, they're not going to run the show.
Got it.
Yeah.
But maybe not as a participant, maybe just as an observer.
Yeah.
You can run it.
Well, yeah, or for technical support.
Yeah.
You have that under people and organizations, it looks like.
Yes, I'm just adding it additionally there.
Yeah. So in deference to Stephanie, I wonder if we could go back to the 4 groups, knowing that eventually those other, we just need to get some sideboards to this thing, and then move on. Maybe 6 groups is okay. 6 groups is probably okay. What do you guys think? Should we leave it at 4?
My opinion, sorry, Chuck. I guess my opinion on it is I just want to see a little bit broader representation from especially the sportsman groups. Some of them are a little bit left leaning, and I just would like to see a little bit more of a broader spectrum from the sporting community. I'm not sure where MTSFW leans, but I just want to kind of keep some more middle of the ground folks at the table too, if that makes sense. And I do think MOGA is a pretty important player in this.
So maybe leave the organizations that we have now.
Okay, so we have do we have 6 down there?
1, 2, 3, 4, 5, I think. Is that right?
6.
1, 2, 3, 4. We got 6 down.
6, yeah.
So let's, okay, do you, it's okay with, look, this isn't my deal. I suggested it, but this has got to pass muster with this group. If we do that, then we need to change on the second to the last line, unanimous consent of the 4, we should go the 6 founding groups.
Changed that.
Now, there could be some of these groups, I haven't talked to all of them, that don't want to be involved, so there's just going to have to be some leniency here. I can't imagine why they wouldn't be, but
You guys have about 1 minute left.
I've got Heath, Ian, and Druska.
Just real quick, I think if obviously FWP is going to be involved in this, Chuck, as far as, at least being there to answer questions and such. I think it might go a long way, at least in the beginning, if those meetings are available, like streamed to the public, just so people can kind of follow along what the stuff is. I don't know if anybody's going to watch them, but at least then there would be that open line of communication.
I added that sentence. So let's get Ian and then Druska.
I was just gonna I'd really liked Chuck's little story there where he talked about just connecting groups a little bit more on a personal level. I think truthfully that is a huge thing. There's so much division in the world and whatnot, and I'm gonna throw out a little maybe not initially, but down the road. I mean, that Mark Cook, he's called in a pile of times, non-hunting public. If we could develop relationships with people outside of our circles and have constructive conversations, that'd be awesome. He and I don't see eye to eye on a lot of things, but habitat enhancement and that stuff, we agreed that we can get behind that together. So there's other, I just commend you for coming up with the idea to just have large scale constructive comments or conversation.
Thanks, Ian. I'm guessing that means no tweaks, changes. I think we're at time, but I'm going to get Druska and then see where we can go.
So I think it might be a challenge to have equal representation for landowners because we aren't as diverse and as, there's just not that many of us. Farm Bureau and MSGA, they don't necessarily even represent all of the stock growers. So it's a big charge, I guess, is what I'm trying to say. And I don't know that we can go about it thinking we're going to be even Steven, because I don't think that's going to happen. Just a comment.
Yeah, that's a pretty good point. There's really, in the landowner circle, there's really only about 3 landowner groups.
Mm-hmm.
There's probably 30 sportsmen groups if you want to.
Yeah.
So, so some of that's going to come along with, so it can't be a majority vote on your issues. You know what I mean? You can't. So that's how you take care of that, I guess. That might mean us revisiting the description.
Do you want me to? So I just added, I added this may be.
Yeah.
There may be limitations on having the balanced representation of landowners present from landowner groups. This means that there cannot be a majority vote on issues. But did you want to add that in your description?
Well, no, but don't we say where it should? Do we say something? We say a balance of hunter and landowner representatives.
The first sentence is a balance of hunter and landowner representatives.
Maybe we ought to take a balance of hunter and landowner out of there. Just say representatives from organizations such as.
And then if it became we could do that. Yes. I just wanted to make sure because previously that was important for you to have that balance. So I don't know if you want to just capture that or how you want to do that.
Well, I see Druska's point, and we may really be limiting some of the quality sportsmen groups because we just don't have enough landowner groups.
You could say we will strive for a balance of hunter and landowner representation, knowing that may not be possible.
I think the goal of this, Chuck, is to basically get these groups that represent the majority of their, I don't want to say Montana sportsmen and Montana landowners, but basically the majority of people, and allow them to voice their opinions and sort things out and develop some relationships. And I don't know that, we need to have, I get what you're saying on the landowner side. On the sportsman side, there's a lot of small organizations that are representing the same people over and over. I think if you got some of those bigger ones and it was still equal, you'd get this same people for the most part. You get the majority at the very least. So I don't know that adding a bunch more of these sportsmen's groups does us a ton of good. I think if you get 3 or 4 of the major players and 3 or 4 of the livestock ones, I think you probably have the majority of people covered.
Yes, that's true. And then if you're streaming this stuff live and you're asking for input, you should, everyone should have a chance to be heard, much like this process that we're doing here.
Okay, so we are very close to time. So do you want me to leave this sentence here, or we are at time? Excuse me.
We're way over time.
Yeah, sorry. Yep.
I would just take the first sentence out.
Okay.
And just say representatives.
From organizations such as.
It says such as. That leaves the door open. That's without getting too wordy.
Okay. Are we comfortable with that, everyone?
Yep.
Okay.
Okay. Stakeholder meetings intent is to fill one of our intended purposes, which is to improve stakeholder relations. I'm going to say, are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation and stakeholder meetings to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group?
Yes.
Yep. Thank you both.
So Kimberly, I know why you say all of the verbiage that you do. Can we just do, in the interest of time, everybody understands what we're voting on? Okay, never mind.
Absolutely not. I'm so sorry.
So the reason we did this,
I understand. We don't.
Yeah, it was last meeting, people complained that it was confusing.
Yes.
And we wanted to make sure that it was clear this time.
I get it. No problem.
So bear with me. This vote will determine if the recommendation stakeholder meetings should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by a verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation. Stakeholder meetings being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation, stakeholder meetings being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Aaron.
Since I had to step away for a majority of the discussion, I'm going to abstain. I will review the meeting tonight and give you a vote tomorrow.
Most definitely. I will send you an email. Brent.
Yes.
Okay. Chuck.
Yes.
Druska.
Yes.
Okay. Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Okay. Matt stepped away. Matt is not here. Race.
Yes.
Okay. Scott T.
Yes.
Scott B.
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay. I have everybody in favor, and Aaron and Matt will receive an email. And thank you, Aaron, for noting that you are going to watch the recording. I do appreciate you mentioning that. Okay.
Kimberly, I have to leave. My lady driving the swather is in need of some help, so I got to go run out and help her. I don't know if I'll get back, but
perfect. Thank you for letting me know. I will send you an email if you miss the next 2 votes.
Yeah, please do.
Okay. The next one is FWP and the Forest Service. I believe we had a couple folks working on this. Ian, Stacy, and Stephanie at one point were all pointed on this one. I think that Ian primarily developed this one. There was initially feedback or comments provided by this group. The main one was to make sure that we included state agencies. in the recommendation. I think that was the main one, which I think has happened as of thus far. Trying to move pretty quickly. So we can focus in on the description. So there's actions that are going to occur for this one. And I'm just going to scroll through all of it so that you at least have it. You should have a copy of it already. But this is the content for the recommendation. So I can turn it to, I think, Ian to discuss a little bit, and then we can focus on the description to make sure we have those actions correct.
Yeah, I guess the original intent of the program was just to restart conversations and relationships that used to be, I feel like, that used to be pretty strong. I feel like there used to be a hand-in-hand relationship that went between FWP and particularly the Forest Service, but also probably BLM, DNRC, and other land management agencies. And the intent would probably be to rekindle some of those relationships. I guess in general, the comments that I received were pretty positive on this. I think there was one that I guess the whole group got that was kind of critical. This one, I guess I'd offer up to the group, and in essence of time, there's probably some, very specific things that I put in here to kind of make a point that, like, hey, this is what I'm talking about. There's no communication going here. And if the group would like, I could probably clean out a few of those specific things and leave things a little bit more broad, but also don't want to lose context of making a recommendation and then not, like, people being lost as far as, like, what am I getting at? Does anybody on the group have questions or concerns with this, or would you like to see anything struck out?
I have Deb on camera, so let's defer to her first before we open it up.
Can you just scroll up for a second, Kimberly?
Of course.
Right there. So there might be a perceived disconnect with our relationships, and maybe there is in some cases, but we really feel we have a great relationship with these agencies on the ground. So I just want to let you guys know that it could be improved, and maybe there are some specific things that you guys mentioned, but we really do have a great working relationship with most of these, or all of these agencies, and most of the staff. So I just want to let you guys know that we do work with them daily.
Gotcha. Maybe that I don't know. I guess that probably, yeah, if you have good relationships, that's awesome. Maybe more of the intent would be that the boots on the ground action isn't taking place. So it's perceived as there's not a good working relationship because, boots on the ground work isn't getting accomplished.
So I said perceived, but let's hear from Druska.
So I agree with Ian there. If I am not doubting Deb's perspective at all, but if it's perceived that there is not a good relationship between FWP and these agencies, then that's a negative for the department. And so, if there's some way to promote those relationships or encourage more projects that are visible to the public, so that image of disconnect goes away, I think that could be in the recommendation. I don't know that striking anything needs to be done. It's one of the things that you could do is, all the bullet points are important. If you made them more concise, maybe, if that was possible, and just talked about logging practices that are not helping habitat. So make sure that that's a component. But I think just talking about transparency and working together and dealing with perceptions is, because, if one person perceives it's a knot, then a whole bunch of others are going to follow suit. And that doesn't do anybody any good.
And that's why I'm comfortable with adding that word perceived, because just saying there's a disconnect isn't accurate, but a perceived disconnect, I understand.
And then we're comfortable with
Yeah,
that.
that's probably a good call there. And I think I going back, I think when this proposal was originally thrown out, I think I used the context that, it's more of a public service announcement, that like, we feel like, maybe a bad analogy, but I feel like a child caught in the middle of like an ugly divorce and the parents aren't talking. But again, maybe it's perceptions, and maybe you guys do communicate well, but we're not seeing changes on the ground. So maybe shoot. Yeah, adding something in there that this is more so to restart discussions. That's truly the intent.
However, if they're saying that the discussions are occurring, so restarting again gives the impression that they weren't happening at all.
Gotcha.
So the intent of this recommendation is to reaffirm the relationships FWP has with these organizations or agencies. And then maybe what you said about public service announcements, how do you get the word out then that tells everybody that's out there that you're working with the Forest Service on X, or you're working with the BLM on X, and this is what it's produced. So part of it is that whole communication piece that nobody knows what's going on.
The intent of this recommendation is to reaffirm the relationships FWP has with these organizations and agencies, including communicating their efforts to the public. Is it their efforts? Not to the public?
Would collaborations work better than efforts?
Sure. It's a positive word.
And then do we do we want this sentence? Saying this disconnect.
I'm okay with that getting deleted if the group is. I mean, that's just me being a little edgy.
Okay. Are we comfortable with that?
Or you could leave it in and do the perceived disconnect.
Yeah, I'd agree.
Whichever one you are comfortable with, Ian.
I guess I'm intending kind of to strike a nerve a little bit, but don't want to be. I mean,
but it would, let's see. So the perceived disconnect has resulted in the belief that nothing is being done. That there is a do nothing approach. And then you could put a period at agencies, because I guess we really don't know what they've done for diminished habitat or wildlife or decreased wildlife utilization. Just thoughts.
Can I add that in back in the belief? What do folks think?
Maybe that last sentence, just undelete it and say the observation is that this has led to.
Okay.
This,
you want this and then start a new sentence. this
The, ob-
observation.
the observation is that this has,
How about just keeping with the word perceived and just say this perception, the perception is that. And then if you want to end it on a high note, you could say to improve stakeholder relations, communications of collaborations are necessary. Something. Then we've at least tied in our key issues.
Thank you so much for that.
maybe say and instead of. Is that,
Does that work, or are they communicating the collaborations?
I thought we were communicating that the collaborations happened. So the communications of the collaborations that are occurring
oh, okay. That
are
makes sense.
necessary.
Okay.
Again, maybe in essence of, well, maybe in essence of time, whatever, if people are okay with that, I think this one can, a lot of the bullet point items, I mean, it's just the department can chew on them. They can come back, they can throw this one out. It's just it's a perception thing. If I bring up good conversation and people kind of go back to the drawing board and reevaluate things, that's the intent.
So maybe this isn't an, they should consider the following actions. FWP should consider the following actions, and then they're all the bulleted. I know that Juska also mentioned summarizing or something along those lines, so.
FWP should consider. So, I mean, do we actually know that? Well, I don't know. I don't want to take away any of the bullets, but how do we describe what those bullets are would be the question. Because we're not asking FWP to do an action on all of them. We're just stating that these are issues out there. So maybe FWP should consider the following issues and then just leave the rest of it like it is.
What do folks think? Are these all issues, or are these issues and actions? Because I'm thinking like FWP should provide recommendations to da 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 da.
Well, that one is an action. So maybe it up above it says issues and actions. Yeah.
What if you just said should consider the following? Because he's got the proper wordage in his bullets points, like approaching, recommending.
Good point. Yep.
Is contemplate a better better word? I'm just trying to get people to think here.
Contemplate, where did you want to put that?
Yeah, instead FW should contemplate the following. I don't know, maybe considers just that. I don't know if it.
You could say consider / contemplate. Just
Are we comfortable with all of these?
I'm good at that.
What do folks think? Are these examples for this last bullet here, Ian? Or are these just examples? What are these examples of?
Oh, I think they are examples of that bullet point. So maybe some formatting.
Okay.
Yeah, 5 minutes.
Thoughts, questions? So these examples are from the bullets above. For context. What are our thoughts?
I'm okay
you
with
probably, yeah.
Go ahead.
Go ahead.
Go ahead. Well, you probably have a comment, so.
No, let's vote.
You sure?
Okay.
Chris? Yeah, okay.
And then if there's anything that I don't know, I mean, this is a lengthy one. If anybody gets back to me and there's something, you know, that you want me to put track changes on or something, I'm okay with that.
For formatting, I would, yeah, shortening would help. But if you've got the content you need, then stick with the content you need.
Can you go to the very end?
Yes, of course.
Maybe some of that.
Maybe under the feasibility, if we could use some of the words that we used up above, you know, that the perception is that this is stopped and that all this dialogue used to occur and we're worried that it's not. And yeah, I don't know.
Does that change the feasibility of implementation, the perceptions?
No.
Okay. So,
so maybe it doesn't matter.
So, as in this paragraph doesn't matter, or changing the verbiage?
Worrying about perception again.
Is this an accurate reflection of the feasibility of implementation?
Maybe is it more, Ian, do you feel like that might be more of a restatement of what's above?
Probably it's definitely not the crux of the stuff. I mean, if it was, maybe there's a little bit of a misinterpretation of what that bullet point's supposed to mean.
So, because the feasibility of doing this is probably pretty good, because all of the agencies are, yeah.
Yeah, we could probably delete this section and say that, yeah, this is feasible for the department to work with other agencies and improve public perceptions.
There you go.
Education.
Yep. That's good.
Vote.
Vote. Okay. Scroll up here. Okay. What is the name of this one? Okay, let me copy this so I can just put it all on one page for you, for me. And I'll scroll down to the description so you can sort of see it. Okay. Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation to determine if we should submit the recommendation to promote collaboration between FWP, U.S. Forest Service, BLM, and DNRC to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group?
Yes.
Thank you. Okay. This vote will determine if the recommendation to promote collaboration between FWP, Forest Service, BLM, and DNRC should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by a verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP. If fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation to promote collaboration between FWP, U.S. Forest Service, Bureau of Land Management, BLM, and DNRC by submitting to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes. Or if you do not support the recommendation to promote collaboration between FWP, Forest Service, BLM, and DNRC being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck. Here. Druska.
Yes.
Okay. Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Race.
Yes.
Scott T.
Yes.
Scott V. Scott V is on the phone and we'll get an email. Okay. Stacy.
Yes.
Okay. Stephanie.
Yes.
So I have all in support, and Chuck and Scott V will be receiving a email shortly to confirm their vote. Okay. The next one up is develop user-friendly and effective methods to, oh, I clicked on it, so it's gonna take a second for it to pull up. To collect data. So develop user-friendly and effective methods to collect data. This one was Ian. I didn't get an updated from the sounding board. And we have 30 minutes to go through this one. So we'll probably need to select one of these titles here. The intent, really focusing on that transparency, the justification, it seems addressing misinformation, lack of transparency. I shouldn't attempt to read it so quickly, so I will scroll through and then turn it over to you, Ian.
And to be clear, there's 22 minutes. That's what we've been doing for the last several.
Yes. So when you turn this off. Thank you,
Because
Deb.
we have to, yeah, we have to do
Yes.
some wrap up.
And so I will scroll to the intent and justification and turn it to Ian.
I guess this just kind of falls into another one that I don't know that I was the brainchild behind, but kind of raised my hand in the beginning. So I think there's good stuff here, but I guess if anybody has comment, I don't know, I think we could probably just dive into anybody's comments.
Did you, to start off, did you receive any comments from the sounding board on this one that we should be aware of?
I believe, I'm pretty sure there was, and it was more so just, it was positive that data collection should be, improved data collection and such is a good thing. I should have done a little bit more should put a little bit more time into this one. Again, if there's I don't know if there's anybody that was the brainchild behind this, that they're, has any additional comments. I'm probably not doing this one justice. So
so let's dive into the intent. So it seems I hear an echo. Is that just me on my end? Maybe it's just me on my end. Okay, thanks. So we have the intent is really to demonstrate transparency on the part of the agency as to data collection methods, create ways for the general public to receive, contribute to and find data, keeping in mind that the internet is still weak in some places and not everyone is computer savvy. So really thinking about utilizing the citizen science accumulated in the 7th recommendation, we probably need to adjust that. To involve the hunters and landowners in data collection, raise the bar on data, and create more inclusive methods of accumulation and dissemination of all info. So it looks like we're really diving into data overall and making sure that there are ways to receive, contribute, and find data. So that seems to be the intent. We'll probably see what a key issue this would relate to. That would be great. And then address this 7th recommendation component here. What are thoughts from the group, Driska?
So early on, when we were all first starting in all this, people in our group didn't. I mean, how do you get your numbers? How do you set objectives? Where did you get your data from? How did you get your data? And I know FWP does a lot of talking about that, but if it's not as transparent as it can be on the part of the agency, then it allows for people to question it. And so I think what we were talking about when we did because we had that heading that was a data heading in the group, in the stuff that we were doing. And so if we created more ways for the general public to receive, contribute to, and find data. So the 7th recommendation that is referenced here is the one where we liked the working group style, like at Sweetgrass County, and everybody got together at the table and the citizen science was accumulated because everybody was there, and they would say, this is what's happening this year. These are where the numbers are this year. They moved totally out of this area and they went to this area. So so that reference is to that working group style that we already sent off, I believe. And so in order to improve hunter and landowner relationships, you need to ask them to be part of the data collection, and you need to value their opinions. So that was part of what this was about. And then, so I think that the intent of it all was to create more transparency and utilize public citizen science as much as possible too.
And we'll circle back to maybe highlight one of those key issues as well with the intent.
Yeah, and so I think the key issue is that it improves stakeholder relationships because everybody feels like they are part of the process.
Okay. And then Ian has his hand up. I don't know if that's all that you had, Driska.
On that section, sure.
Okay.
Well, maybe I was going to say put it in the intent, but maybe it'd be more description. I was going to say consider leveraging the app for harvest reporting and data collection.
Is that, tell me your whole sentence.
Consider leveraging the FWP app for harvest reporting. Let's see. I think there could be, well, or you could say, and potentially require mandatory reporting on harvest.
So would this, is this FWP should consider leveraging, or?
Yeah, I guess it would be to, it's probably not the most eloquent way to state it, but I guess whether, I know Deb said that the phone surveys are very, very accurate, but just another perception thing that I don't see how they can be, because when I answer them, like I don't, yeah, I guess if you're going through on an app and you're clicking, you know, and validating a tag through the app, then I feel like that's pretty accurate reporting, and I'd be very believable of that.
So, okay, I'll put FWP should consider. I just want to make sure I've got the.
Okay.
Remember, we are requiring mandatory reporting going forward on the, if you opt for the digital carcass tag, there's mandatory reporting.
Okay, well, that's, I guess maybe it'd be a restatement of a direction that we're headed. I think that'll be really valuable. So maybe it's, maybe that's redundant. Maybe it's not needed.
So get rid of it, the statement.
Any opinions from the group?
I don't think it hurts to talk about leveraging the app. If they're going to require mandatory reporting, maybe that's redundant, but
so maybe delete this part.
Yeah.
So I dug back in the whole page that was about improved data collection strategies.
Mm-hmm.
And under that, we said that there should be an ability to improve the decision-making process, so better data leads to better decisions, ability to track elk movement trends, which was citizen science, the ability to track the timing of the elk count in each district, the ability to evaluate and implement an implemented recommendation was if it was successful or not, and effective translation interpretation of the data provided. That all came from May, I think.
Yes.
You know, so I think, I mean, we've talked about that we should utilize citizen science, that we should be really transparent. And the problem being addressed is that misinformation suggests that someone's not forthcoming and leads to distrust. So that's the problem. So that's why we want to, you know, make it more obvious how we are collecting our data. And then the recommendation is to do some improvement. The one thing within this was that, you know, we have to always remember that not everybody's got great internet. And although all of the data collection methods, I mean, they're starting to evolve where they require internet. In Montana, you still don't always have that. And so maybe it's not enough to just rely on an app, that, you know, we also have to be able to put out things where people can reach them and see them better. And I'm not quite sure what that requires FWP to do, and it says that up there, that they just, although, yeah, so that's part of where all of that data issue came from, was that we were trying to do what I just said.
So a couple questions based off of what you're saying there, Druska. Should I put FWP should consider with their data and then give that list, including, so this is what I'm thinking, and then circle back and say one of the limitations might be that there are folks who do not have access to the internet, and they must keep it in consideration. So maybe I just copied and pasted those from the.
Okay.
Is that what you're kind of saying with your content there?
Well, yeah, I mean, I think this one got said on the back burner kind of thing. So I don't think there's been a ton of discussion about it. So all I was doing was pulling back up what the discussion was. And so those were the key factors that we listed back in May.
Perfect. Thank you so much. So should I revise the sentence to FWP should consider using data and information too, and then the bulleted list, or?
Yeah.
To do the following, maybe something along those lines. And you have this: putting information on the website is not enough. The department needs more alerts, links, social media presence to reach everyone. Should I put in a note that not everyone has access to internet, or should I put that in the limitations?
I think it's a limitation.
Okay. Not everyone has access to the internet?
Yeah, or just access to the internet is limited in areas.
I'm assuming FWP has authority to take action.
Good job on remembering the bullet point. I think that was a good addition.
Can I put yes here?
What's that?
I put yes.
Yes.
You. Just confirm. Okay. Okay, I'm gonna scroll up. Anything else you guys need in this one? Maybe excuse me, I'll go back to the description. You guys probably, that's the area to focus on.
I'm okay with voting on it.
So just one quick thing on that third bullet where it says ability to track elk movement trends. I would like to add comma citizen science. Because so many times the people on the ground are the ones that really know where the elk are going, and we aren't asked.
Yep. Does that capture it for folks?
Yep.
Okay. Are we ready to take a Are we ready to take a vote on this recommendation and determine if we should submit the recommendation, develop user-friendly and effective methods to collect data to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group?
Yes.
Yes. Thank you. This vote will determine if, I need to put this, hang on, sorry guys, let me just do this really fast. Because otherwise I'm split screen. And I want you guys to see the description. Okay. This vote will determine if the recommendation, develop user-friendly and effective methods to collect data, should be submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group. A vote of support indicated by verbal confirmation is necessary from 9 members for this recommendation to be submitted to FWP, and if fewer than 9 members are present at the time of the vote, the members not in attendance will be contacted via email and be provided a deadline to respond to the vote. Members that do not respond to the email for a vote will be considered a no, I do not support submitting this recommendation to FWP. When you hear your name called, please verbally indicate if you support the recommendation, develop user-friendly and effective methods to collect data being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group by saying yes, or if you do not support the recommendation, develop user-friendly and effective methods to collect data being submitted to FWP on behalf of the Elk Management Citizen Advisory Group, say no. Aaron.
Yes.
Brent.
Yes.
Chuck. I believe he stepped away. Okay. Druska.
Yes.
Heath.
Yes.
Ian.
Yes.
Matt.
Yes.
Race.
Yes.
Scott T.
Yes.
Scott B.
Yes.
Stacy.
Yes.
Stephanie.
Yes.
Okay, so I have all in support, and Chuck needs to be reached out via email. 10 recommendations in one meeting. How do y'all feel about that?
You guys
Good
did
job,
great.
team.
And you guys are on time exactly. It's 4:50.
We are so amazing.
You are.
I make the motion we adjourn like right now.
I just want to make sure that Kimberly is going to clean up all the track changes and then get those recommendations to people that need to tweak them, and please use track changes so the rest of the group can see them. We need to get that done as soon as possible so all of you can have the maximum amount of time before the 26th, our last meeting, to review. So we need to do it just as quickly as possible, get it turned around, and then you guys would have, you know, even 10 days to review all these recommendations and send in any potential changes. Not
So
to
I
the
can-
intent, but just
Yeah.
edits.
So I can have the recommendations to you tomorrow. Can y'all get it out, provide feedback, comments, things along those by the 20th? And then we will have it all conciled and sent out to you maybe on the 22nd. I'm gonna go with it. I'm not reading and getting a vote, but I'm gonna go with it. Say we're going with it. Okay. And then for Ian, we'll get that to the sounding board, hopefully send out tomorrow, and then feedback comments to you. Do you want it by the 20th as well? But you'll have to send it out to the group. So comments back, have a final version sent to the group by the 22nd. Or do you want me to bump it up and give you more time to deal with the comments that you receive? So what date do you want to basically receive comments, and what date do you need to give it out to folks so that they can review by the 26th? So they have to have at least 1 or 2 days.
Let me, well, I guess if it can go out tomorrow.
It should.
And then, so our next meeting is the 26th, is that correct?
I believe it
Yeah, that's
is.
the last meeting.
Yeah, if you get, I guess if it goes out tomorrow and they had until the 20th to comment, I could turn it around by the 22nd and get it back out to the group, or I guess following the same schedule for the other stuff would be fine with me.
Okay, we'll do that then. Same schedule. Okay. And then, so our last meeting, we will focus on that one last recommendation. The other thing that is listed in your charter is talking about ranking the recommendations. So if that's still applicable, we'll do that at that time. If not, then we won't. And then I know we have a couple statements that folks have come up with. We've got several, so we'll go through that. And then any last tweaks, changes, adjustments that we need to make. So we'll have a nice round closeout, and maybe Hank will be able to come. I'm not sure about that, so I'm not promising that. But
He will be here.
Okay, so having a closeout in that space as well. Is there anything did somebody say something?
I was just going to say, and if we were actually meeting in person, we could all go and have a drink.
I won't. I'll look the other way. I won't even ask what's in your coffee cups.
Yeah, really.
You guys should have an annual get together. You should get together every year.
Barbecue.
Yes. Okay. And do you guys need anything in that last meeting other than the closeout of the last recommendation and tying up those loose ends? Is there anything else y'all need? got some no's. If there is, please let me know, and then we will adjust it, or we'll incorporate it into the meeting. Huge.
Rock stars, all of you. Good job.
Thank you.
Long day.
Yeah.
Made it. Okay. And now you're still here. You're adjourned. You may.
Yay. Bye, everybody. Thank you.
Bye.
Bye.
Thanks.